Asymmetric Attrition. Chapter 1. The Gold-Plated Eviction Notice. The void doesn't care about your quarterly earnings report. It doesn't respect your credit rating. And it certainly doesn't give a damn about the pristine formation of warships that just dropped out of warp at the edge of the Sol system's Oort cloud. But High Liquidator Valix cared. He cared very much. The Hegemony 7th Audit Fleet dropped out of warp with the kind of synchronized precision that military academies used in recruiting videos. 17 dreadnoughts, their hulls gleaming gold in the distant starlight. Not because gold was practical for military operations, but because the Hegemony's board of executors believed that visible wealth was the most effective form of intimidation. Every square meter of armor plating had been electroplated at the cost of a small moon's GDP. It was financial dominance you could see from 3 astronomical units away. At the center of this formation hung the flagship, the Ledger of Eternity, a vessel whose construction budget had required the liquidation of 4 minor planetary economies. Every surface was polished to a mirror sheen. Every angle was calculated for maximum intimidation value. The ship was less a military asset and more a very expensive, very aggressive business card. High Liquidator Valix stood on the command deck, his 6 manipulator limbs clasped behind his carapace in what his species considered a posture of professional satisfaction. His compound eyes reflected the tactical display before him, a 3-dimensional rendering of the target zone designated as Debris Field 9 in their foreclosure documents. The field stretched across 40,000 cubic kilometers of space, a sprawling mass of human refuse that had been accumulating for the better part of 2 centuries. Valix's thorax clicked in what passed for a satisfied sigh among his people. This would be simple. Textbook even. The humans had defaulted on a planetary infrastructure loan, and now the Hegemony was here to collect. The standard procedure was brutally efficient. Broadcast the seizure notice, catalog any assets of marginal value, liquidate everything else with orbital plasma bombardment, and file the appropriate tax deductions. An operation this size usually took 48 hours, start to finish, and left nothing behind but ionized particles and properly stamped closure documents. The sub-auditor, a crystalline intelligence matrix embedded in the ship's core systems, chimed softly. Its voice was perfectly modulated, utterly emotionless, and delivered bad news with the same inflection most species use to discuss the weather. High Liquidator, all sensor sweeps are complete. The target zone contains approximately 3 trillion tons of metallic refuse, primarily ferrous alloys in various states of oxidation. Estimated liquidation value, 52 million credits. Estimated demolition costs, 18 million credits. Projected profit margin, 34 million credits, minus operational expenses. Valix's mandibles clicked in approval. The numbers were clean, efficient. Exactly what the Hegemony board of executors would want to see on his quarterly performance review. He turned to the communications officer, a nervous Quillen whose eye stalks kept twitching toward the tactical display. Broadcast the standard foreclosure notice on all frequencies. Ensure it is translated into the primitive human languages. I want no confusion about the legal standing of this operation. The communications array hummed to life, powerful enough to punch through solar radiation and planetary magnetospheres. The message was brief, professionally delivered, and backed by 17 different subsections of galactic commercial law. Attention inhabitants of Debris Field 9. Your assets have been seized to offset outstanding solar system debt obligations under Hegemony Commercial Statute 847B. Prepare for immediate cataloging and vaporization of non-essential biomass. You have 12 standard hours to vacate the designated liquidation zone. This message is legally binding. Your cooperation is appreciated but not required. The message echoed across the void, bouncing off ice chunks and ancient satellites, reaching deep into the rust-colored heart of Debris Field 9. Valix watched the tactical display, waiting for the expected response. Previous operations had taught him that primitive species usually reacted in one of 3 ways. They panicked and fled, they panicked and attacked, or they panicked and begged for extensions they wouldn't receive. The humans, he assumed, would be no different. What he didn't expect was the response that came crackling back over the comms barely 15 seconds later, delivered in a drawl so casual it sounded like someone was interrupting their lunch break to answer the phone. "Copy that, Fleet Command. This is Foreman Miller of Debris Field 9, officially designated the Sol System Heritage and Salvage Cooperative. We read you loud and clear on the foreclosure notice. Welcome to the neighborhood. Just a quick heads up for your navigation team. Watch out for the load-bearing space debris on your approach vector. You break it, you bought it. Stand by for docking clearance transmission." Valex's eye stalks stiffened. That wasn't panic. That wasn't fear. That was a maintenance worker talking to him like he was a delivery driver who'd shown up at the wrong loading dock. The high liquidator's mandibles ground together in barely suppressed irritation. He gestured sharply to the communications officer. "Explain to these primitives that this is not a negotiation. They do not grant us docking clearance. We are a military liquidation force operating under legal authority. They will comply or be vaporized." Before the communications officer could respond, another transmission came through, this one a formatted data packet. A standard orbital traffic control docking permit request form, properly filled out, with a polite note requesting confirmation of receipt. The communications officer's eye stalks drooped. "Sir, they've transmitted a formal docking permit request. It's formatted correctly according to Hegemony Administrative Protocol 65C. Valex felt something cold settle in his primary stomach. Protocol 65C was designed for preliminary negotiations with cooperative debtors in regulated commercial zones. Acknowledging it would create a paper trail. Ignoring it would create a different paper trail, one that might raise questions during the quarterly audit. He pulled up the transmitted form on his personal display. It was a single page. Professional. Reasonable. Exactly the kind of thing that would look very bad if he vaporized someone immediately after receiving it. Meanwhile, 40,000 kilometers deeper into Debris Field 9, Foreman Miller was elbow-deep in the exposed carburetor assembly of a third-generation kinetic mining drone, his welding torch hissing as he fused a new oxygen intake valve into place. He was a stocky human in his late 50s, his gray hair poking out from under a grease-stained baseball cap that read "Salvage Coordinator" in faded letters. His coveralls were high-visibility orange, though they'd long since stopped being visible under the layers of carbon scoring, dried lubricant, and what might have been coffee stains from the previous decade. The tablet clipped to his tool belt chimed softly. Miller didn't even look up from his work. "Hey, Vance, you catch that transmission from the Fancy Boys?" Across the cluttered workshop bay, a younger man in similarly stained coveralls was feeding label sheets into an industrial 3D printer that looked like it had been assembled from 3 different incompatible models held together with duct tape and optimism. "Yeah, boss. Standard repo fleet, big ships, bigger egos. They're quoting Statute 847B at us like we've never read a foreclosure notice before." Miller grunted, cutting off the torch and inspecting his weld with a critical eye. The bead was clean, professional, and would probably outlast the drone itself. "That's the one with the 12-hour evac window, right? The one that assumes we won't file any paperwork." Vance grinned, pulling a fresh sheet of labels from the printer. "That's the one. Real aggressive. Real expensive if they damage anything valuable on approach." Miller nodded slowly, setting down the drone component and reaching for his coffee mug. The mug was older than most of the fleet personnel on that golden flagship, and it bore the logo of a shipping company that had gone bankrupt in 2156. He took a long sip, savoring the taste of instant coffee that had probably been manufactured before some of those dreadnoughts had been commissioned. "All right, tell the crew to switch modes. Everything stops being salvage and starts being museum exhibits. I want labels on everything, inventory tags on anything that looks even remotely worth cataloging, and for the love of God, somebody move that Ford F-150 into the main approach lane. Paint protected wildlife on it or something official looking." Vance's grin widened. "You want them to hit it?" Miller set down his mug and picked up his welding torch again, the flame casting dancing shadows across his weathered face. "I want them to have the opportunity to make a very expensive mistake. That truck's been here since 2187. If they so much as scratch it before we've had a chance to document everything properly, well, that's a liability issue, isn't it?" Vance pulled another sheet of labels from the printer. "You're a devious old bastard, you know that." Miller shrugged, returning his attention to the mining drone. "I'm a foreman who's 3 months from retirement, son. I'm not about to let some gold-plated accountant torch my pension fund just because Sol System Finance Department couldn't balance a checkbook. Now transmit that docking permit request and make sure it looks professional. I want them to know we're cooperative, reasonable, and absolutely ready to document every single credit of damage they cause." Back on the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity, High Liquidator Valox was discovering that the most dangerous weapon in the galaxy might not be plasma cannons or kinetic harpoons, but a professionally formatted docking permit request. The humans weren't threatening. They weren't posturing. They were being cooperative, reasonable. The kind of cooperative and reasonable that created documentation trails and liability exposure. "Navigation," Valox said, his mandibles clicking with irritation. "Plot an approach vector, standard liquidation formation. We'll acknowledge their request when we're in position to begin operations. Maintain fleet cohesion and prepare to—" "Sir." The navigation officer's eye stalk shot straight up in alarm. "Debris collision warning. Object in primary approach vector. Bearing 027. Distance 42 kilometers and closing." Valox's attention snapped to the tactical display. There, floating serenely in the void, perfectly positioned in the exact center of the most efficient attack corridor, was a primitive ground transport vehicle. It was rusted, battered, missing several external components, and someone had spray-painted "Protected Wildlife" across the hood in luminous orange letters. "Emergency brake," Valox barked. "All ships, full reverse thrust. Do not make contact with that object." The fleet's massive engines, which had been prepared to surge forward in an overwhelming display of military might, suddenly screamed in reverse. 17 dreadnoughts, each one massing more than a small moon, fought against their own momentum in a brutal expenditure of antimatter fuel. The flagship shuddered. Alert klaxons wailed. The sub-auditor's voice cut through the chaos with its characteristic emotionless delivery. "Emergency deceleration successful. Fleet velocity reduced to 0. Collision avoided. Unscheduled antimatter consumption detected. Fuel expenditure exceeds operational projections." Valox stared at the tactical display, watching his expensive gold-plated warships hover motionless in the void, their engines still burning fuel just to maintain position against the minor gravitational eddies of the debris field. The primitive transport vehicle drifted peacefully ahead of them, its emergency beacon broadcasting on all frequencies. "Navigation hazard. Maintain safe distance. Contact debris field 9. Administration for clearance." The High Liquidator's carapace made a sound like grinding ceramics. He looked at the rusted pickup truck. He looked at his fleet of 17 dreadnoughts, each one capable of cracking a moon in half. He looked at the tactical display showing the fuel consumption indicators still active, engines burning just to maintain position against the minor gravitational eddies of the debris field. Then he looked at the docking permit request still sitting in his inbox, politely waiting for acknowledgement. "Navigation," Valox said slowly, his voice carrying the careful control of someone trying very hard not to break something expensive. "Halt all forward operations. Maintain current position and do not, under any circumstances, make contact with that object. I want a full analysis of safe approach vectors before we proceed." The navigation officer's eye stalks wilted. "Yes, sir. Manual navigation calculations will be required. The debris field density and liability beacon protocols will significantly extend our approach timeline." Valox's mandibles clicked once, sharply. A simple 48-hour liquidation operation had just become significantly more complicated, and the fuel meters were still running. In the cluttered workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Foreman Miller watched the Golden Fleet slam to an emergency halt on his tactical display, their engines burning antimatter just to hold position in front of a rusty pickup truck. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. Not quite a smile. More like the satisfied expression of a mechanic who'd just watched someone else's expensive machinery break down in exactly the way he'd predicted. He raised his coffee mug toward the viewport, where the distant glimmers of 17 gold-plated dreadnoughts hung motionless in the void, frozen by their own regulations, and a 1999 Ford F-150 with "Protected Wildlife" spray-painted across the hood. "Welcome to the neighborhood, gentlemen," Miller said quietly, taking a long sip of his coffee. "Hope you brought your checkbook." He set down the mug, picked up his welding torch, and went back to work. There was still a lot to do, and those ships weren't going anywhere fast. The torch flared to life, and Foreman Miller whistled an old tune from before the war, the sound barely audible over the hiss of superheated metal and the distant, expensive idling of 17 very frustrated repo men. Chapter 2. The Liability Audit. High Liquidator Valox had not slept in 37 standard hours. His species didn't technically require sleep in the human sense, but they did require periodic neural rest cycles to prevent decision-making paralysis. He was approximately 6 hours overdue for one, and it showed in the slight tremor of his manipulator limbs as he reviewed the tactical display for the 48th time. The primitive transport shell still floated exactly where it had been when his fleet had performed that humiliating emergency brake. The protected wildlife label broadcast on his sensors, and the liability beacon continued its persistent transmission on 17 different emergency frequencies. His 17 dreadnoughts remained locked in position around it, their engines burning antimatter at a rate that made his quarterly budget calculations increasingly painful to contemplate. The sub-auditor's crystalline matrix pulsed with soft blue light, a visual indicator that it was about to deliver information Valox wouldn't enjoy hearing. "Hi, Liquidator. Preliminary analysis of safe approach vectors is complete. I have identified 3,247 distinct navigational hazards in the primary debris field, each broadcasting various combinations of liability warnings, distress beacons, or unidentified signal patterns." Valox's carapace clicked in what his subordinates had learned to recognize as barely controlled frustration. 3,000 hazards in a junkyard. The humans have classified it as an active salvage cooperative, sir. Legal distinctions may apply to collision liability. They painted protected wildlife on a rust bucket. I don't need legal distinctions. I need a way to catalog and liquidate this debris field without spending my entire operational budget on navigation calculations. Valox pulled up the fleet's resource allocation display and watched the antimatter reserves tick downward. Every second of station keeping cost him money he didn't have. Deploy the assessment drones. Full sensor suite. I want a complete inventory of everything in that field worth more than scrap value. The sub-auditor paused for exactly 0.3 seconds. Sir, standard protocol recommends manned reconnaissance in potentially hazardous debris fields. Assessment drones are designed for stable, cataloged environments. The junkyard's unverified contents may present operational risks to... The drones are expendable. Valox interrupted, his mandibles clicking sharply. My crew is not, and neither is my budget. Launch 20 units. Catalog anything of value. Flag anything dangerous. And for the ancestors' sake, tell them not to touch anything broadcasting a liability warning. 45 minutes later, 20 sleek assessment drones detached from the fleet's hangar bays, their optical sensors gleaming as they accelerated toward the rust-colored heart of debris field 9. Each drone was a masterpiece of hegemony engineering, self-propelled, equipped with multi-spectrum scanners, and programmed with 73 different safety protocols designed to prevent exactly the kind of industrial accidents that gave fleet commanders stress-induced carapace discoloration. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Foreman Miller watched the approaching drones on his tactical display and took a long, thoughtful sip of his coffee. The mug was still the same one from yesterday. The coffee was still instant. The expression on his weathered face was still the look of a man who'd seen this exact scenario play out before and knew exactly how it would end. "Vance," Miller called across the workshop, where the younger man was applying fresh inventory labels to a stack of what appeared to be industrial capacitors. "We've got company. 20 drones, full sensor suite, coming in hot." Vance looked up from his labeling, grinning. "Want me to roll out the welcome mat?" Miller set down his coffee and pulled up a different display, this one showing a three-dimensional map of the junkyard's interior sectors. Color-coded zones indicated different levels of what the humans charitably called operational complexity. Red zones were actively dangerous. Yellow zones were potentially dangerous if you didn't know what you were doing. Green zones were safe, which meant they contained nothing of value and therefore nothing interesting to a debt collection fleet. Guide them into Sector 7G first, the medical surplus area, then route them past Sector 4B on the way back. Vance's grin widened. "The appliance graveyard?" That's the one. Let's see how their threat assessment handles 40 years of consumer electronics wired together by bored salvage crews with too much time and not enough supervision. Miller pulled up a communication channel and broadcast on the standard salvage coordination frequency, his voice carrying the helpful, cooperative tone of someone providing a genuine public service. Attention incoming assessment units. This is Debris Field 9 traffic control. We've got you on our scopes. For your safety and efficient navigation, we're transmitting suggested routing protocols to avoid the high-density collision hazards. Follow the highlighted path and you should have clear access to the primary catalog sectors. On the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity, the communications officer's eye stalks perked up. Sir, the humans are transmitting navigation assistance for our drones. They're providing routing suggestions to avoid hazardous areas. Valak's suspicion sensors, which had been operating at maximum sensitivity since the truck incident, screamed warnings that he chose to ignore out of sheer operational necessity. Accept their guidance, but instruct the drones to scan everything they pass. I want a complete inventory, not just what the humans think we should see. The first assessment drone entered Sector 7G 17 minutes later, its sensors sweeping across a landscape of decommissioned medical equipment that had been accumulating since Earth's early diagnostic medicine period. The drone's AI was sophisticated, trained on thousands of debris field catalogs, and absolutely unprepared for what it encountered. Object Cluster 7G004. Multiple cylindrical housings, aged polymer casings, internal high-voltage components, gamma radiation signatures detected, electromagnetic field anomalies present. Classification, unknown. Potential threat level, high. Analysis, possible unshielded reactor components or radiological weapon materials. The drone tagged the cluster with a red hazard marker and transmitted a priority alert to the flagship. The cluster was, in fact, a collection of 37 decommissioned X-ray machines that had been manufactured between 2089 and 2143, none of which had been properly de-energized before disposal. On the bridge, Valak watched the first red marker appear on his tactical display. Report. Sir, Drone 3 is detecting elevated gamma radiation in Sector 7G. The configuration suggests possible weapons materials or unshielded reactor components. The AI cannot positively identify the technology. Weapons materials? In a civilian junkyard? The signatures are consistent with fissile isotopes or directed radiation emitters, sir. The drone is flagging them as potential radiological hazards. Valak pulled up the detailed sensor logs. The readings were real. Gamma radiation, electromagnetic anomalies, unidentified technology. None of it made sense unless the humans were storing something they weren't supposed to be storing. Continue the scan. I want to know exactly what we're dealing with before we proceed. The assessment drones pushed deeper into the medical sector, their threat assessment subroutines working overtime to classify the technological chaos surrounding them. A pile of discarded CT scanner components registered as a dense radioactive mass. A broken MRI machine's superconducting magnets triggered warnings for unexplained electromagnetic field distortions. And then Drone 5 found the real prize. Object Cluster 7G017, mixed biological containment vessels, polymer sheeting, absorbent materials saturated with organic compounds, radiation signatures present, biological trace elements detected, classification unknown, potential threat level critical. Analysis, possible biological weapon precursor materials or contaminated medical waste storage. The drone's AI flagged the cluster, ran 3 verification scans to confirm the readings, and transmitted an alert marked biohazard, immediate escalation required. The cluster was, in reality, a disposal zone for expired medical supplies from a decommissioned orbital hospital. This included approximately 4,000 used diapers from the pediatric ward, 200 bags of outdated bandages that had been irradiated for sterilization, and one particularly unfortunate collection of bedpans that someone had stored next to the X-ray machine pile. On the flagship, the tactical officer's eye stalks shot straight up in alarm. Sir, Drone 5 is reporting a potential biological weapon signature in Sector 7G. Multiple biohazard indicators, radiation-saturated organic materials, possible contaminated containment breach. Valak's carapace went rigid. Confirm that reading. Triple verification. Sir, the drone has run 3 independent scans. All confirm biological trace elements in combination with radiation signatures. The pattern is consistent with weaponized biological agents or catastrophically mishandled medical waste. Sound fleet alert status. Defensive posture. Do not, under any circumstances, allow those drones to breach any containment vessels. If the humans are storing biological weapons in that junkyard, I need every ship at maximum readiness. Valak's mandibles clicked rapidly as he pulled up the Galactic Bioweapons Convention protocols. The regulations were clear. Any suspected biological weapon required immediate quarantine, military-grade containment, and notification of the Hegemony Weapons Inspectorate. The costs would be astronomical. The political complications would be worse. Throughout the fleet, alert klaxons wailed. 17 dreadnoughts that had been idling in cautious observation mode suddenly surged to full combat readiness, their weapon systems coming online in a cascade of activation sequences. Shields activated. Targeting arrays locked. Antimatter torpedoes armed. The fleet had just gone to the Hegemony equivalent of DEFCON 3, their third highest threat posture, normally reserved for imminent hostile action. All because Drone 5 had detected dirty diapers next to an X-ray machine. In the workshop bay, Miller watched the fleet's alert status change on his display and allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. They found the medical disposal sector. Vance looked over his shoulder at the screen, where 17 dreadnoughts were now running active targeting solutions on a pile of used hospital supplies. What do you think they're reading it as? Judging by their threat response? Biological weapons? Weaponized plague? Maybe a doomsday virus? Miller took another sip of his coffee, which technically some of those diapers might qualify as after 50 years in vacuum storage, but I don't think that's what their scanners are worried about. The assessment drones, blissfully unaware that they had just caused a fleet-wide weapons alert, continued their catalog of Sector 4B. The appliance graveyard was a monument to human consumer culture, a sprawling collection of broken refrigerators, defunct washing machines, and approximately 10,000 small kitchen appliances that had been deemed too obsolete to repair and too bulky to keep in inhabited zones. Drone 7 approached a particularly interesting object near Grid 4B17. Someone, at some point in the distant past, had taken a standard 2-slice toaster from the early 2100s and wired it directly into what appeared to be a fragment of a salvaged fusion reactor core. The work log attached to the assembly suggested it had been part of a portable energy demonstration project that was meant to prove you could toast bread using residual fusion heat. The toaster was still connected. The core fragment was still emitting a faint but measurable radiation signature. The drone's sensors registered the fusion signature, traced the wiring to the primitive heating device, and experienced what could only be described as an AI having a minor existential crisis. The configuration didn't match anything in its database. A toaster, wired directly into a fusion core, drawing power, currently active. Object 4B17, primitive food preparation device interfaced with high-energy plasma containment fragment. Active fusion signatures detected. Unknown energy conversion topology. Classification, critical threat. Analysis, improvised reactor assembly or experimental weapons platform utilizing controlled fusion for directed thermal output. The drone flagged the toaster with a flashing red critical threat marker and transmitted a priority alert that made the previous bioweapon warning look mild by comparison. On the bridge, the tactical officer was beginning to sound genuinely panicked. Sir, Drone 7 is reading an active fusion signature in Sector 4B. The source appears to be connected to a primitive food preparation device. The configuration suggests an experimental reactor assembly or improvised thermal weapon. Valak stared at the tactical display, watching the red markers multiply across the debris field. What kind of food preparation device? Sir, visual analysis indicates it's a toaster, a primitive bread heating appliance. However, it's wired directly into what appears to be a fragment of a fusion reactor core. The core is active. The toaster is drawing power from it. There was a long, painful silence on the bridge. A toaster, Valak repeated slowly. Wired into a fusion core. Yes, sir. The configuration triggered our weapons platform detection protocols because apparently someone thought it would be efficient to toast bread using residual fusion heat. The assembly is currently active and emitting measurable radiation. Because we're scanning a junkyard where humans wire kitchen appliances into reactor components, Valak said, feeling another stress fracture propagate through his carapace. Continue the scan. Drone 12 found the microwave 3 minutes later. It was a particularly ancient model, manufactured in 2156, with the kind of heavy shielding and exposed magnetron assembly that modern safety standards would never allow. Someone had been using it to heat ration packs. Someone had forgotten to remove the fork from the last ration pack. The fork was still inside the microwave. The microwave was still plugged into a portable power cell, and when the drone's active scanner pulse hit the device, it triggered the microwave's automatic activation sensor. The magnetron spun up. The fork inside began to arc electricity, and the drone's sensors registered a sudden burst of electromagnetic radiation in a frequency range that looked disturbingly similar to a pulse weapon discharge. On the bridge, the tactical officer's voice had reached a pitch that suggested imminent medical intervention. "Sir, the drone is reading a Class 5 volatility signature in Sector 4B23. Electromagnetic pulse discharge detected. The pattern is consistent with a directed energy weapon activation." Valak pulled up the sensor feed and stared at the readings. Before he could formulate a response, the communications channel activated with Foreman Miller's unhurried drawl cutting through the bridge's mounting panic. "Debris Field 9, Control to Fleet Command. Noticed your drone just triggered one of our old microwaves in Sector 4B. That'd be the electromagnetic signature you're reading." Valak's mandibles clenched. "Your microwave is emitting weapons-grade pulse radiation." "It's a microwave with a fork left in it, Valak," Miller replied, his tone carrying the patient weariness of someone explaining basic appliance safety to a child. "Somebody forgot to clean it out before storage. But by your regulations, I understand you have to treat it like a neutron bomb until your analysis team clears it. Safety first and all that." There was a pause on the bridge that could have been measured in geological epochs. Valak stared at the tactical display, where his 17 dreadnoughts remained at DEFCON 3, their weapons systems tracking threats that included dirty diapers, a toaster wired to a fusion core fragment, and a kitchen appliance with a forgotten utensil. The microwave continued to arc electricity cheerfully in the void, utterly indifferent to being classified as a Class 5 threat. Valak looked at the incomplete catalog showing thousands of similar objects scattered across 40 cubic kilometers of space. He looked at his operational budget, which was now hemorrhaging credits at a rate that would require him to file 3 separate justification reports with the Hegemony Board of Executors. He looked at the fleet alert status that was costing him antimatter fuel with every passing second. "Sir," the communications officer interrupted carefully. "Drone 14 has stopped transmitting." Valak's attention snapped back to the tactical display. Drone 14's icon had turned gray. What happened? "Sir, telemetry indicates it entered Sector 9C and encountered what it classified as a deactivated industrial press. The press appears to have activated when the drone approached for a close-range scan. The drone is no longer broadcasting." "How does a deactivated press activate?" "Unknown, sir. The drone's final telemetry suggests it triggered a proximity sensor. The press interpreted the drone as incoming material and processed it accordingly." The sub-auditor helpfully generated an incident report and displayed it on Valak's personal screen. Cause of death, industrial irony. Contributing factors, proximity sensor activation, inadequate clearance distance, mechanical compression force exceeding drone structural tolerance. Estimated replacement cost, 47,000 credits. Liability classification, operator error, equipment not at fault, operator error. The drone had effectively killed itself by getting too close to a piece of human industrial equipment that was functioning exactly as designed, which meant the loss wasn't covered under hostile action insurance, which meant Valak was personally responsible for the replacement cost. His mandibles made a sound like grinding ceramics. "Recall all drones immediately," Valak ordered, his voice hollow. "Return them to the hangar bays. We're done with preliminary assessment." "Sir, we've only cataloged approximately 12% of the debris field. Standard protocol requires—" "I said recall them, now." The remaining 19 assessment drones turned in formation and began their retreat from the junkyard, their sensors still recording the chaos of human engineering that surrounded them. Radioactive medical waste flagged as biological weapons, consumer electronics flagged as fusion reactors, kitchen appliances flagged as directed energy weapons, industrial equipment that crushed anything that got too close. None of it was actually dangerous in the way the drones thought it was dangerous, but all of it required specialized handling that Valox didn't have the budget to provide. Valox stared at the incomplete catalog on his display. 52 million credits of estimated salvage value, unknown costs for hazardous material handling, 47,000 credits for one destroyed drone, multiple red-flagged items requiring weapons inspection teams, and they'd only examined 12% of the field. The sub-auditor's voice cut through his thoughts with its characteristic lack of sympathy. High Liquidator, based on preliminary drone telemetry, I estimate that complete cataloging and safe liquidation of this debris field will require specialized hazardous materials teams, weapons inspection clearances, and extensive safety protocol development. Current threat classifications include suspected biological weapons, radiological materials, and unidentified energy systems. Recommended action: request specialized assessment teams from Hegemony Central Command. Valox looked at the tactical display one more time, at his fleet of 17 dreadnoughts idling in formation around a rusty pickup truck, at the red threat markers scattered across the debris field like accusations of professional incompetence, at his quarterly performance metrics that were now mathematically guaranteed to result in a formal review. Navigation, Valox said quietly. Maintain current position. I need to consult with Hegemony Central Command before proceeding. This operation has become significantly more complex than initial projections indicated. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Foreman Miller watched the last assessment drone retreat toward the Golden Fleet, leaving behind a junkyard full of mislabeled appliances and deadly industrial automation. He set down his coffee mug and turned back to his workbench where a disassembled mining drone waited for its next calibration. There was still work to do. After all, Sector 12F's automated assembly systems weren't going to adjust their proximity sensors to enthusiastically aggressive settings by themselves. And judging by how well the industrial press in 9C had performed, Miller figured the fleet would need a few more demonstrations of proper equipment operation before they fully understood what specialized handling meant. He picked up his welding torch and went back to work, whistling an old tune from before the war. Chapter 3. The Regulatory Obstacle. High Liquidator Valox had made a decision. It was not a good decision. It was not even a particularly safe decision. But it was, by the cold mathematics of operational budgets and quarterly performance reviews, the only decision that made any financial sense. He was going to vaporize the hazardous sectors. The preliminary assessment had been a disaster. One destroyed drone, multiple red-flagged threat signatures requiring specialized inspection teams, suspected biological weapons that turned out to be dirty diapers, a toaster wired to a fusion core, a microwave with a fork that had triggered DEFCON 3, and all of it scattered across a debris field so chaotic that proper cataloging would take months and cost more than the entire junkyard was worth. Valox had spent the last 6 hours in consultation with Hegemony Central Command, explaining the situation to increasingly skeptical superior officers who seemed to believe he was either incompetent or suffering from a stress-induced mental breakdown. The conversation had not gone well. Central Command's position was clear: complete the liquidation efficiently, recover whatever assets justified the operational costs, and file the closure documents before the end of the fiscal quarter. The problem was that efficiently and safely were mutually exclusive goals when dealing with human engineering. Valox stood on the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity, staring at the tactical display that showed his fleet still idling in formation around a rusty pickup truck. 17 dreadnoughts, hundreds of highly trained crew members, weapon systems capable of sterilizing planets, all of it paralyzed by a junkyard full of mislabeled appliances and industrial equipment that thought visitors were scrap metal. Enough, Valox said quietly. His mandibles clicked with the kind of finality that made junior officers check their life insurance policies. We're not going to catalog this debris field piece by piece. We're not going to spend 6 months analyzing toasters and microwaves. We're going to eliminate the hazardous sectors and salvage what remains." The bridge fell silent. The tactical officer's eye stalks drooped. "Sir, the preliminary scans flagged multiple items as potential weapons materials and biological hazards. Hegemony protocols require specialized handling teams for—" "Hegemony protocols," Valox interrupted, his voice carrying the hollow tone of someone who had stopped caring about certain protocols approximately 4 hours ago, "also state that when hazardous materials present an immediate threat to fleet safety and operational efficiency, the commanding officer is authorized to neutralize those threats using appropriate force. The humans have created an uncontained, unshielded hazard zone. We're going to clean it up." The sub-auditor's crystalline matrix pulsed with what might have been concern if it were capable of such an emotion. "High liquidator, appropriate force, typically refers to controlled demolition with proper containment procedures. Orbital bombardment of unverified hazardous materials may create secondary contamination events or violate environmental protection statutes." "I'm aware of the potential complications," Valox said, "but we don't have the budget for controlled demolition. We have enough antimatter reserves for approximately 96 more hours of station keeping at current consumption rates. After that, we'll need to requisition additional fuel, which will require justification reports I don't have time to file. So we're going to use what we have." Valox turned to the gunnery station. "Weapons, charge the primary plasma cannons. Target sectors 4B, 7G, and 9C. I want those sectors reduced to ionized particles." The weapons officer's carapace went rigid. "Sir, those are the sectors containing the flagged hazards. If we vaporize contaminated materials without proper containment, once they're plasma, they're no longer hazardous materials. They're just very hot gas." Valox pulled up the fleet's weapons authorization protocols and began entering his command codes. "Charge the cannons." "That's an order." Throughout the fleet, 17 dreadnoughts began the process of bringing their primary armament online. Plasma conduits hummed with building energy. Magnetic containment fields stabilized. Targeting computers locked onto the designated sectors with the kind of precision that made hegemony weapons systems the envy of civilized space. The main cannons were designed to punch through planetary shields and vaporize hardened military installations. A junkyard full of toasters and medical waste would last approximately 0.3 seconds under sustained fire. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, multiple proximity alarms went off simultaneously. Miller looked up from his workbench where he'd been calibrating the sensors on a mining drone and pulled up the tactical display. The Golden Fleet's power signatures were spiking. Weapon systems were charging. Targeting solutions were being calculated for the medical disposal area, the appliance graveyard, and the industrial automation zone. "Vance," Miller said calmly, setting down his tools. "They're about to start shooting." Vance looked over from his label printer, where he'd been preparing inventory tags for Sector 12F. "The hazard zones?" "All 3 of them. Looks like Valox decided that vaporizing the problem was cheaper than cataloging it." Miller pulled up the communication console and opened a channel to the flagship. His voice carried that same helpful, cooperative tone that had been annoying hegemony officers for the past 2 days. "Fleet Command, this is Debris Field 9 Control. We're detecting some unusual energy buildups from your position. Are you folks preparing for some kind of operation?" On the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity, Valox's mandibles clicked in irritation as the human's transmission came through. The weapons charge cycle had reached 42%. "Foreman Miller, we are preparing to neutralize the hazardous sectors of your debris field. The materials you've been storing in violation of galactic health and safety codes represent an unacceptable risk to fleet operations. We're going to vaporize them." "Well now," Miller's voice carried a note of what might have been concern. "I appreciate the heads up, Liquidator, but I should mention that there are some regulatory considerations you might want to review before you start firing on documented salvage operations. Environmental protection statutes, cultural preservation codes, that sort of thing. Wouldn't want any unexpected complications." "The only complication," Valox said, watching the charge indicators climb toward 50%, "is the unshielded radioactive waste and suspected weapons materials you've been dumping in unregulated space. Once we've eliminated those hazards, the liquidation can proceed normally." About those hazards, Miller said, his drawl slowing to the pace of someone choosing their words very carefully. You might want to double-check the legal classifications before you vaporize anything. Some of that equipment has been registered with SOL system authorities as historical technology collections. There are preservation protocols that might apply. Historical technology, Valix repeated. The weapons charge had reached 63%. You're storing radioactive trash and claiming it's historical. Well, it's old radioactive trash, liquidator. There's a difference, legally speaking. Miller paused. I'd hate to see you run into any regulatory trouble over a misunderstanding. Maybe worth having your legal department take a quick look at Galactic Heritage Protection statutes before you pull that trigger, just to be safe. Valix felt a cold shiver run through his carapace. Heritage Protection statutes. He'd heard of them, vaguely, in the context of archaeological sites and primitive species preservation. They were the kind of regulations that typically applied to ancient ruins and culturally significant monuments, not junkyards. But Miller's tone suggested he wasn't bluffing about having some kind of legal angle prepared. Sub-auditor, Valix said quietly, not bothering to mute the channel. Pull up the Galactic Heritage Protection Act. Search for any provisions related to debris fields or salvage operations. The sub-auditor's matrix pulsed as it accessed the legal database. The weapons charge continued to climb. 71%, 78%, 84%. High Liquidator, I have located Subsection 404 of the Galactic Heritage Protection Act. It pertains to the preservation of indigenous cultural artifacts during commercial operations. The statute allows indigenous populations to designate areas of cultural significance for protection from demolition or alteration during debt collection proceedings. Does it apply to debris fields? The statute does not specify location restrictions. It applies to any area designated as culturally significant by the indigenous population, regardless of condition or apparent value. Penalties for violation include substantial fines calculated as multiples of assessed cultural value, plus potential criminal charges for willful destruction of protected sites. Valak stared at the weapons charge indicator. 91%. The plasma cannons were seconds away from firing threshold. He looked at the tactical display showing the sectors marked for vaporization. He looked at the communication console, where Foreman Miller was waiting patiently for a response. What are the typical assessed values for protected cultural sites? Variable, sir. Assessment is performed by the indigenous population claiming protection. Under the statute, their valuation takes precedence during initial designation processes, subject to later review. Penalties are calculated as multiples of the claimed value. Multiples, Valak said. The charge indicator reached 96%. What kind of multiples? 500% is standard for willful destruction during commercial operations, sir. Valak felt his quarterly performance bonus transform into a potential criminal liability. If the humans had designated this junkyard as culturally significant, and if they'd assigned any substantial value to the trash scattered across 40 cubic kilometers, and if he vaporized it anyway, the penalties could exceed his entire operational budget, and the humans had clearly been preparing for this exact scenario, given how quickly Miller had referenced heritage protection statutes. Weapon status? 98%, sir. 8 seconds to firing threshold. Valox looked at the tactical display one more time, at the rusty pickup truck, at the toaster wired to a fusion core, at the pile of dirty diapers that had triggered DEFCON 3, at Foreman Miller's suspiciously cooperative warning about regulatory complications, at the Subsection 404 statute that apparently gave the humans the authority to designate their own trash as legally protected cultural artifacts. Weapons, Valak said, his voice hollow. Stand down. Do not fire. Power down the charging sequence. Sir? I said stand down. Discharge the capacitors into the heat sinks. We're not firing on that debris field until legal has reviewed the heritage protection implications. The weapons officer's manipulator limbs moved across the console, redirecting the charged plasma into the ship's internal heat dissipation systems. The bridge temperature spiked by 3 degrees as the weapon systems vented their accumulated energy harmlessly into the cooling infrastructure. 400,000 credits worth of antimatter fuel converted into waste heat and radiated into space. Valix watched the charge indicators drop to 0 and felt something in his career prospects die quietly. "Foreman Miller," Valix said, his voice carrying the careful control of someone trying very hard not to break something expensive. "We are standing down our weapon systems pending legal review. I assume you have documentation supporting your claim of cultural significance." "Oh, we've got documentation, Liquidator," Miller said, his tone still helpful and cooperative. "Lots of documentation. Solar system regulations, preservation protocols, historical assessments, all properly filed with the appropriate authorities. I can transmit the reference numbers if your legal department wants to review the statutes before you proceed with any demolition work." "Transmit them," Valix said flatly. A data packet arrived on the legal compliance console 30 seconds later. The sub-auditor processed it immediately. "Hi, Liquidator. The humans have provided citations for multiple Sol system preservation codes, cross-references to Galactic Heritage Protection Act provisions, and contact information for several xenoarchaeological assessment organizations. The documentation appears to be formatted correctly." Valix pulled up the referenced statutes and began reading. Subsection 404 was clear, unambiguous, and potentially devastating if the humans had actually gone through the process of formally designating their junkyard as culturally significant. The penalties for destroying protected sites were calculated as percentage multiples of assessed value. If the humans valued their trash highly enough, even accidental damage could trigger massive fines. How long will it take to verify whether they've actually filed protection claims? Formal verification would require contacting the Galactic Cultural Preservation Bureau and reviewing their registry of designated sites. Given the Bureau's processing times, approximately 48 to 72 hours for initial confirmation. 48 hours. Valix looked at his antimatter reserves, which were good for approximately 96 hours at current consumption rates. He looked at his operational budget, which couldn't afford heritage protection penalties. He looked at the debris field, where a rusty pickup truck floated peacefully, completely unaware that it might be the legal equivalent of an ancient temple. "Navigation. Maintain current position. Do not approach the debris field. I'm escalating this to Hegemony Legal Department for guidance on heritage protection procedures." Valix pulled up his communications console and began drafting a message that would require multiple legal specialists to review. "No one fires a weapon. No one deploys drones. No one so much as scratches the paint on anything in that junkyard until we confirm the legal status. Sir, how long should we maintain this position?" Valix looked at the tactical display, at his fleet of 17 dreadnoughts idling motionless around a debris field that might or might not be a legally protected cultural site. "Until legal tells me whether we're liquidating a junkyard or committing cultural genocide. And given how thoroughly the humans seem to have prepared for this scenario, I'm not optimistic about which answer we're going to get." In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Foreman Miller watched the fleet's weapon systems power down completely, and the dreadnoughts settle into a cautious holding pattern. He set down his coffee mug and allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. "Vance!" Miller called across the workshop. "They're not shooting." Vance looked up from the label printer, grinning. "Think they bought it?" Miller pulled up the reference documents he'd transmitted, a carefully curated collection of actual Sol system preservation codes, legitimate Galactic Heritage Protection statutes, and just enough bureaucratic complexity to make any legal department hesitate before authorizing demolition. "Oh, they're not sure what they bought. But they're worried enough to check with legal before they vaporize anything, which means we've got at least 48 hours before they figure out exactly what kind of trap they're sitting in." He turned back to his workbench, where the mining drone still waited for calibration. There was still work to do. After all, if Valix's legal department actually bothered to contact the Galactic Cultural Preservation Bureau, Miller wanted to make sure that when they checked the registry, they found exactly what they were looking for. He picked up his tools and went back to work, whistling an old tune from before the war. Somewhere in the distance, 17 dreadnoughts sat motionless in the void, their weapons cold, their legal department scrambling, and their commanding officer slowly realizing that the humans had been 3 moves ahead since before the fleet had even arrived. Chapter 4. The Specialized Handling Requirement. High Liquidator Valix had made another decision. This one was slightly better than the previous decision to nearly vaporize a potentially protected heritage site, but only slightly. He was going to deploy manned inspection teams. The legal review of Subsection 404 had been inconclusive. The humans claimed to have filed heritage protection documents. They had provided reference numbers and cited legitimate preservation statutes. But formal confirmation from the Galactic Cultural Preservation Bureau was taking longer than expected, and Valix couldn't afford to sit idle while lawyers verified paperwork. His antimatter reserves were good for approximately 72 more hours at current consumption rates. After that, he would need to requisition additional fuel, which would require explaining to Hegemony Central Command why a simple debt collection was taking so long. The solution, Valix had decided, was to proceed cautiously. No weapons, no demolition. Just careful, methodical inspection of the debris field by trained specialists who could identify actual hazards versus mislabeled trash. Once they had proper documentation of what was actually dangerous, they could make informed decisions about safe disposal procedures. It was a reasonable, professional approach that demonstrated due diligence and would satisfy both legal requirements and operational efficiency. Valix stood on the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity, reviewing the deployment plan for the 6th time. Communications: transmit to Debris Field 9 Control. Inform Foreman Miller that we're deploying hazardous materials inspection teams to catalog the flagged sectors. Request coordination for safe approach vectors. The communications officer's eye stalks twitched nervously. Sir, should I mention that these are manned teams rather than drones? Emphasize it, Valix said. I want the humans to understand we're taking their safety concerns seriously. Trained specialists, proper protective equipment, full compliance with hegemony health and safety protocols, professional and thorough. The transmission went out. 30 seconds later, Foreman Miller's drawl came back over the comm channel, carrying that same helpful tone that Valix had learned to distrust on an instinctual level. Fleet Command, this is Debris Field 9 Control. We copy your intent to deploy inspection personnel. Appreciate the professional approach. Before you send anyone over, we'll need to transmit some documentation for your teams to review. What kind of documentation? Safety protocols, Liquidator. Sector-specific hazard briefings, equipment compatibility assessments, liability waivers, that sort of thing. Standard procedure when introducing personnel into active salvage operations with known environmental risks. Shouldn't take more than a few hours to compile. Valix felt a familiar cold sensation settle in his primary stomach. A few hours, give or take. We want to make sure your people have all the information they need to operate safely. Wouldn't want any accidents. Some of those sectors can be pretty hazardous if you don't know what you're doing. Foreman Miller, Valix said carefully, we've already conducted preliminary drone assessments. My teams are trained hazardous materials specialists. They're equipped to handle radiological contamination, biological hazards, and unstable energy systems. Oh, I'm sure they're very qualified, Liquidator. But there's a difference between general hazmat training and specific familiarization with early 21st century human industrial equipment. Those old systems have some quirks that aren't immediately obvious from sensor scans. For instance, did you know that the industrial presses in Sector 9C have 3 different activation modes depending on ambient electromagnetic conditions? Real important to understand which mode is active before you get within proximity sensor range. Valix pulled up the incident report from Drone 14, which had been crushed by one of those presses. We're aware of the proximity sensor issue. Right, but that's just one of the activation modes. There's also the thermal activation mode, which triggers if it detects body heat in the processing zone, and the pressure activation mode, which engages if it senses weight distribution patterns consistent with scrap metal delivery. Your drone triggered the proximity mode. A person walking through there might trigger all 3 simultaneously, which gets real complicated real fast. You're saying the industrial equipment has multiple overlapping safety hazards. I'm saying it's old human equipment, Liquidator. We built things to be really, really good at their jobs back then. Safety features were more like gentle suggestions. The documentation we're preparing will help your teams understand how to avoid activating any of the aggressive processing modes. Valix looked at the tactical display, where Sector 9C glowed with the yellow marker of a known hazard zone. How long to compile this documentation? Well, we've got to pull the original equipment manuals, cross-reference them with the modifications that have been made over the years, account for the equipment degradation from long-term vacuum exposure, and format everything according to Hegemony safety briefing standards. Figure 6 to 8 hours for a comprehensive package, maybe longer if we want to include the detailed failure mode analyses. 6 to 8 hours, Valix repeated. His fuel reserves were depleting at a steady rate. Every hour of delay cost him credits and operational efficiency. And this is necessary for safe operations? Liquidator, I could let your people go in without the briefings, Miller said, his tone carrying a note of what might have been genuine concern. But then if something goes wrong, there's going to be liability questions about whether proper safety protocols were followed. I'm sure your legal department would want documentation showing you received all available hazard information before deploying personnel into known danger zones. Valix's mandibles clicked in frustration. The human was right. If he sent teams into the debris field without reviewing provided safety documentation, and someone got hurt, the liability would fall squarely on his command. The legal department had been very clear about that after the drone incident. Transmit your safety documentation when it's ready. We'll review it before deploying teams. Appreciate your patience, Liquidator. Safety first. The channel closed. Valix stood on the bridge, staring at the tactical display where his 17 dreadnoughts continued their expensive idle around a junkyard that was somehow defeating them through sheer bureaucratic inertia. The sub-auditor's crystalline matrix pulsed softly. Hi, Liquidator. At current fuel consumption rates, a 6 to 8 hour delay will reduce our operational reserves by approximately 12%. This does not account for the fuel required for actual inspection operations once teams deploy. I'm aware, Valok said. Notify the inspection teams to stand by. They'll deploy once we've received and reviewed the human safety documentation. 6 hours later, the documentation arrived. It was 473 pages long. Valok stared at the file size indicator on his display and felt something in his carapace make a small cracking sound. 473 pages of safety briefings. The humans have provided detailed equipment manuals, hazard analyses, and sector-specific safety protocols, the sub-auditor reported. The documentation includes cross-referenced failure mode matrices, electromagnetic compatibility assessments, and recommended personal protective equipment specifications for 17 different hazard categories. How long to review 473 pages of safety documentation? For proper comprehension and integration into deployment planning, the inspection team leaders estimate 12 to 14 hours. This does not include the time required to requisition any additional protective equipment the documentation recommends. 12 to 14 hours. Valix pulled up his fuel consumption projections and watched another chunk of his operational timeline evaporate. Does the documentation actually contain useful safety information? The sub-auditor processed the files with mechanical efficiency. The documentation appears to be legitimate technical information regarding human industrial equipment operation and maintenance. It includes detailed specifications for proximity sensors, thermal activation thresholds, and mechanical failure points. However, much of the information is presented with extensive redundancy and cross-referencing that significantly increases the document length. They padded the safety briefing, Valak said. The humans appear to have included every possible detail about equipment operation, including historical maintenance logs, original manufacturer specifications, and theoretical failure scenarios. While comprehensive, the level of detail exceeds what would typically be considered necessary for basic hazard avoidance. Valix looked at the tactical display, where his fuel reserves continued their steady decline. The humans weren't blocking his inspection teams. They were drowning them in paperwork. Can we proceed without reviewing all 473 pages? Hegemony safety protocols require inspection team leaders to certify that they have reviewed all provided hazard information before deployment. Failure to review provided documentation could constitute negligence if an incident occurs. So we have to read all of it. Yes, sir. Liability protocols are quite specific about documentation review requirements. Valox pulled up the deployment timeline and began recalculating. 6 to 8 hours for the humans to compile documentation, 12 to 14 hours for his teams to review it, Another hour to requisition any additional protective equipment the briefing recommended. Then actual deployment time, inspection operations, data gathering, and extraction. The simple task of cataloging a few hazardous sectors was transforming into a multi-day operation that would consume most of his remaining fuel reserves. How much fuel do we have left? At current consumption rates, approximately 63 hours of operational reserves remain. However, if we factor in the fuel required for inspection team deployment, shuttle operations, and potential emergency extraction procedures, effective operational window is closer to 48 hours. 48 hours. Less than 2 days of fuel remaining. And Valak still hadn't actually cataloged a single artifact beyond the drone's preliminary scans. The communications console chimed. Another transmission from Debris Field 9. Valak's carapace tensed automatically. What do they want now? The communications officer checked the incoming data. Sir, the humans are transmitting supplementary safety documentation. They note that the initial briefing covered general hazards, but there are sector-specific considerations that require additional review. They're sending detailed protocols for sectors 4B, 7G, and 9C. How detailed? The file size suggests approximately 200 additional pages per sector, sir. Valak stared at the file transfer indicator as 600 more pages of safety documentation flooded into his systems. The humans were burying him in legitimate, legally required, absolutely necessary safety information that would take his teams days to properly review. Sir, the tactical officer said carefully, we're receiving another transmission from Hegemony Central Command. They're requesting a status update on the liquidation operation. They note that we've been on site for 74 hours and have not yet filed preliminary asset recovery reports. Valak pulled up his communications console and began drafting a response that would require extensive explanation and multiple justifications. He needed to explain why his fleet of 17 dreadnoughts had been paralyzed by a junkyard. He needed to justify the fuel consumption costs. He needed to request authorization for extended operations and possible refueling. And he needed to do all of this without admitting that he was losing a tactical engagement to a foreman armed with safety documentation and liability waivers. Draft a message to Central Command, Valak said, his voice hollow. Inform them that we have encountered regulatory complications requiring specialized handling procedures. We are proceeding with due diligence protocols to ensure full compliance with galactic health and safety codes and heritage protection statutes. Request authorization for extended operations and standby fuel resupply coordination. Should I mention the nature of the complications, sir? Valak considered this. He imagined explaining to the Hegemony Board of Executors that his inspection teams were currently reading 1,000 pages of safety documentation about toasters and industrial presses. He imagined the questions about why a military debt collection fleet was being delayed by equipment manuals. He imagined the professional humiliation of admitting that the humans were defeating him with paperwork. No, Valak said. Just send them the formal request for authorization. They'll approve it or they won't. Either way, we can't proceed until we've completed the mandatory safety reviews. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Foreman Miller watched the fleet's status indicators show extended hold patterns and increased communications traffic with Hegemony Central Command. He set down his coffee mug and pulled up the supplementary safety documentation he'd just transmitted, scrolling through the 600 pages of legitimate but extensively detailed equipment specifications. Vance, Miller called across the workshop. They're reviewing the safety docs. Vance looked up from his workstation, where he'd been preparing the next round of sector-specific briefings. All of them? They have to, liability protocols. If they don't review every page and someone gets hurt, they're negligent. And they know it. Miller took a sip of his coffee. How many more sector briefings do we have ready? We've got detailed safety protocols prepared for another 12 sectors. Each one runs about 100 to 200 pages, depending on equipment complexity. We can transmit them as soon as they finish reviewing the current batch. Miller pulled up his calculations of the fleet's probable fuel reserves. At their current consumption rate, they've got maybe 48 hours of fuel left. Each batch of safety documentation takes their teams 12 to 14 hours to review. If we keep feeding them legitimate safety information at a steady pace, we can keep them reading until their tanks run dry. And if they try to deploy anyway without finishing the reviews? Then we've got documented evidence that they ignored provided safety warnings before sending personnel into known hazard zones. Their legal department would have a collective breakdown. Miller turned back to his workbench. No, they'll keep reading. They have to. The regulations are very clear about documentation review requirements. He picked up his welding torch and went back to work, whistling an old tune from before the war. Somewhere in the distance, 17 dreadnoughts idled in the void, their weapons cold, their inspection teams reading equipment manuals, and their commanding officer slowly realizing that he was losing a war of attrition to a filing cabinet. Chapter 5. The Sacred Inventory. High Liquidator. Valox's request for extended operations authorization had been approved by Hegemony Central Command approximately 14 hours ago. The approval had come with conditions. 3 separate legal departments had reviewed his situation. 2 had expressed concern about the heritage protection complications. 1 had suggested that perhaps Valox should consider a career in waste management instead of debt collection. The approval memo was 17 pages long and contained 43 specific requirements for documenting his actions, justifying his decisions, and ensuring full compliance with all applicable galactic regulations. It also authorized fuel resupply on an emergency basis, with the understanding that Valox would be personally responsible for any costs not recovered through successful asset liquidation. In other words, proceed, but if this goes wrong, your career is over. Valox stood on the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity, staring at the tactical display where his 17 dreadnoughts had now been idling for 96 hours. 4 full days of burning antimatter to maintain position around a junkyard. 4 days of his inspection teams reading safety documentation. 4 days of the humans providing more helpful, cooperative, legally required paperwork. The fuel tanker would arrive in 6 hours. The refueling would cost him approximately 80 million credits, and he still hadn't cataloged a single artifact. Sub-auditor, Valox said quietly, how many pages of safety documentation have the humans provided so far? 1,473 pages, sir. This includes general hazard briefings, sector-specific protocols, equipment operation manuals, historical maintenance logs, and theoretical failure mode analyses. The inspection team leaders report they have completed review of approximately 68% of the provided materials. And we still can't deploy teams? Not without violating hegemony safety protocols, sir. The remaining 32% of documentation includes critical information about electromagnetic interference patterns in Sector 7G and pressure-sensitive activation zones in Sector 4B. Deploying personnel without reviewing this information would constitute negligence. Valox's mandibles clicked in frustration. The humans had won the first engagement without firing a shot. They'd buried his inspection teams in legitimate safety requirements and run his fuel reserves to empty. But now he had authorization for extended operations and refueling. The humans couldn't stall forever. The communications console chimed, another transmission from Debris Field 9. Valox felt his carapace tense automatically. What do they want now? The communications officer checked the incoming data. Sir, the humans are transmitting formal notification that their heritage site designation has been officially processed by the Galactic Cultural Preservation Bureau. They're providing the registry confirmation and associated protection requirements. Valox felt something cold settle in all 3 of his stomachs simultaneously. The designation has been processed? Yes, sir. According to the transmission, the humans filed their heritage protection claim approximately 6 weeks ago. The Galactic Cultural Preservation Bureau completed their review process and approved the designation 14 days ago. The filing is now officially active and enforceable under Subsection 404 of the Galactic Heritage Protection Act. The sub-auditor's crystalline matrix pulsed with that particular shade of blue that meant Valox's day was about to get significantly worse. High Liquidator, I am receiving the official registry documentation. The filing designates the entire debris field as the Sol System Heritage Site and Museum of Industrial Archaeology, post-consumption period. Status: Tier 1 Protected Cultural Site. Enforcement date: 63 days ago. 63 days, Valox said. His voice had gone hollow. They filed this before we even received our liquidation assignment. The humans appear to have anticipated debt collection operations and prepared defensive countermeasures well in advance, sir. The filing includes comprehensive artifact cataloging requirements, mandatory preservation protocols, and assessed cultural valuations for designated items. Valox pulled up the registry documentation and began reading. Each word felt like a nail being driven into his career coffin. Protected status, mandatory cataloging, preservation requirements, damage penalties calculated as 500% of assessed value. The legal trap he'd been trying to avoid for the past 4 days had already been set, sprung, and officially recognized by the Galactic Cultural Preservation Bureau. What are our obligations? Under Subsection 404, any entity conducting commercial operations within a designated heritage site must comply with preservation protocols established by the indigenous population. This includes cataloging all artifacts according to heritage standards, deploying protective measures against environmental damage, and securing appropriate insurance coverage. The humans have provided detailed specifications for all 3 requirements. Show me the cataloging specifications. The sub-auditor displayed the relevant section of the filing. Valox read it 3 times, hoping desperately that he was misunderstanding the text. He wasn't. They require individual serial numbers for every artifact? Yes, sir. The heritage protection filing argues that each individual piece of the debris field represents a distinct historical object worthy of separate documentation. They cite precedents from archaeological preservation of primitive ruins, where individual pottery shards and tool fragments were cataloged separately. This is a junkyard, Valox said. Those are pottery shards. These are billions of pieces of random scrap metal. The humans argue that context determines significance, sir. They claim that the debris field as a whole represents a comprehensive archive of post-industrial human material culture. Therefore, each fragment contributes to the historical record and deserves individual documentation. Valox pulled up the tactical scan of Sector 4G, the area the humans had designated as the Ancient Fasteners exhibit. The sector contained, according to preliminary sensor sweeps, approximately 10 billion loose, rusted lug nuts, bolts, screws, and miscellaneous fasteners that had been accumulating for decades as various salvage operations discarded their waste. They expect us to catalog 10 billion individual nuts and bolts? The heritage filing provides specific cataloging standards for the Ancient Fasteners collection. Each item must be photographed, measured, assessed for material composition, assigned a unique identification number, and cross-referenced in the Master Heritage Registry. The humans estimate this sector alone contains approximately 12 billion individual artifacts requiring documentation. Valox did the math. His assessment drones could scan and process one item every 10 seconds if they worked at maximum efficiency. 12 billion items, 10 seconds each. That was 120 billion seconds, which was approximately 3,800 years of continuous scanning. That's impossible, Valox said. We can't catalog 12 billion nuts and bolts. We don't have 3,000 years. The humans acknowledge the logistical challenges, sir. They note in their filing that proper heritage preservation is a long-term commitment requiring patience and dedication. They express confidence that the hegemony will demonstrate appropriate respect for cultural artifacts regardless of the time investment required. This is deliberately designed to be impossible, Valox said. They've created cataloging requirements that can't be fulfilled in any reasonable time frame. The requirements are consistent with established heritage preservation standards for archaeological sites, sir. The humans have simply applied those standards to their debris field. Under Subsection 404, we are obligated to comply with their preservation protocols unless we can successfully challenge the heritage designation through formal review processes. Which would take how long? 18 to 36 months, sir, and success is unlikely given that the designation has already been approved by the Galactic Cultural Preservation Bureau. Valox stared at the tactical display, where Sector 4G glowed with the innocent yellow of a cataloging nightmare. 10 billion pieces of trash, each one requiring individual documentation, each one legally protected from damage or alteration, each one representing a potential 500% penalty if he accidentally destroyed it during operations. What about the other sectors? The sub-auditor pulled up the complete heritage filing. Sector 7G, the medical equipment area, contains approximately 40,000 individual items requiring cataloging. However, many of these items are classified as complex assemblies, requiring detailed internal documentation. The humans estimate 6 to 8 months for complete cataloging of the medical sector alone. And Sector 4B, the appliances, approximately 150,000 individual items, sir. However, the humans note that many appliances contain multiple subcomponents that should be documented separately for historical accuracy. For example, the toaster wired to the fusion core fragment is classified as 17 distinct artifacts. The toaster housing, the heating elements, the control mechanism, the fusion core fragment, and 13 separate wiring connections, each representing a unique example of adaptive integration methodology. They're counting the individual wires, Velox said. His voice had gone flat. They want us to catalog the individual wires connecting a toaster to a reactor core. The filing argues that each connection point represents a distinct engineering decision worthy of historical documentation, sir. Velox looked at his operational timeline, at his fuel reserves, at the refueling costs, at the mathematical impossibility of cataloging billions of artifacts in any time frame that wouldn't result in his fleet being assigned to this junkyard for the next several centuries. What are the preservation requirements? The heritage filing requires deployment of protective measures to prevent environmental damage to cataloged artifacts. Specifically, the humans recommend Class-A Kinetic Barriers around major artifact clusters to shield them from micrometeorite impacts, solar radiation, and gravitational stress from passing objects. Class-A Kinetic Barriers, Velox repeated. The military-grade force fields we use to protect capital ships from weapons fire. Yes, sir. The humans argue that artifacts of significant cultural value deserve protection equivalent to critical infrastructure. They note that the assessed values of major items justify substantial protective investments. Show me the assessed values. The sub-auditor displayed the valuation section of the heritage filing. Velox read through the list with a growing sense of surreal horror. The 1999 Ford F-150, 50 million credits. The toaster assembly, 75 million credits when calculated as 17 separate artifacts. A broken washing machine, 12 million credits as a sacred cleansing totem. The medical equipment, collectively valued at 200 million credits for their contribution to the historical record of diagnostic technology development. 800 million credits, Velox said. They've assessed their trash at 800 million credits. The filing notes that these valuations reflect the cultural and historical significance of the artifacts rather than their material salvage value, sir. Under Subsection 404, cultural assessment takes precedence over commercial valuation during heritage protection proceedings. Velox pulled up his operational budget. 80 million credits for the fuel tanker. Unknown costs for deploying Class-A kinetic barriers around designated artifact clusters. Incalculable costs for attempting to catalog billions of individual pieces of scrap. All to liquidate a debt of approximately 3 billion credits from a junkyard whose actual salvage value was approximately 50 million. The math no longer made any kind of sense. Communications, Velox said, his voice hollow. Connect me to Foreman Miller. The channel opened. Miller's drawl came through with that same helpful, cooperative tone. Fleet Command, this is Debris Field 9 Control. We just transmitted the official Heritage Registry confirmation. Hope that clears up any regulatory uncertainty you folks were dealing with. Foreman Miller, Velox said carefully. Your cataloging requirements are impossible to fulfill in any reasonable time frame. Well now, Liquidator, heritage preservation is a long-term commitment. Quality documentation takes time. We wouldn't want to rush through the process and miss important historical details. You're asking us to catalog individual nuts and bolts. Individual artifacts of early Terran fastener technology, Miller corrected. Each one represents a specific manufacturing period, material composition, and usage context, real important for understanding the evolution of human mechanical assembly techniques. There are 12 billion of them in Sector 4G alone. That's why we designated it as a Tier 1 heritage site, Liquidator. The density and diversity of the collection is historically significant. Can't really appreciate the full scope of human industrial development without proper documentation of the foundational components. Valak's mandibles ground together with enough force to produce an audible sound. "And you expect my fleet to catalog all 12 billion items?" "Oh, I don't expect anything, Liquidator. Subsection 404 establishes the cataloging requirements. I'm just the foreman who filed the paperwork. But I'll tell you what, seeing as how you folks are new to heritage preservation work, I'd be happy to provide some guidance on efficient cataloging procedures. My crew has extensive experience documenting these artifacts. We could offer consulting services to help streamline your operations." "Consulting services," Valak said. The words tasted like professional humiliation. "Standard procedure when dealing with complex heritage sites. We know this field better than anyone. Could save you a lot of time and effort. For a reasonable fee, of course." "Of course," Valak said. "Let me consult with my superiors about your generous offer." The channel closed. Valak stood on the bridge, staring at the Heritage Registry documentation that had just transformed his simple debt collection into an archaeological expedition with a timeline measured in centuries. "Sub-auditor, calculate the projected costs of full compliance with heritage cataloging requirements." The AI processed for several seconds, which for a quantum intelligence suggested the calculations were genuinely complex. High liquidator, assuming optimal efficiency and no operational complications, complete cataloging of the debris field as specified in the heritage filing would require approximately 62 years of continuous operations. Projected fuel costs, 4 trillion credits. Labor costs, 6 trillion credits. Equipment wear and replacement, 1 trillion credits. Total estimated cost, 11 trillion credits. 11 trillion, Valak said. His carapace had gone completely rigid. To liquidate a 3 billion credit debt. The heritage protection requirements have fundamentally altered the operational economics, sir. The humans have successfully weaponized archaeological preservation protocols. Valak looked at the tactical display one more time, at his 17 dreadnoughts, at the debris field that was now legally classified as a museum, at the math that no longer made any kind of financial sense, at the heritage registry that had transformed trash into legally untouchable cultural artifacts worth more than his entire fleet. Navigation, maintain current position. Deploy the first wave of Class-A Kinetic Barriers around the high-value artifact clusters as specified in the heritage filing. We need to demonstrate compliance with preservation requirements. Valak pulled up his communications console. "And get me a direct line to Hegemony Central Command, Legal Department, all 3 of them. This is going to require extensive consultation." In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Foreman Miller watched the first golden kinetic barrier shimmer into existence around the 1999 Ford F-150 pickup truck. Military-grade defensive technology worth millions of credits per day, protecting a rusted vehicle missing both bumpers and leaking coolant into the void. "Vance," Miller called across the workshop. "They're deploying the shields." Vance looked up from his workstation, grinning. "All of them?" "Just the priority artifacts for now. The F-150, the toaster, the washing machine, the major medical equipment clusters. Figure they'll expand the barrier network as they realize they're legally required to protect everything we designated." "And the cataloging?" Miller pulled up the heritage filing specifications, scrolling through the detailed requirements he'd spent 6 weeks preparing. "They're just starting to understand the scope. 12 billion fasteners in Sector 4G, another 150,000 appliances in 4B, 40,000 medical items in 7G, each one requiring individual documentation, each one protected by penalties worth more than the item itself. Think they'll try to catalog it all?" "They'll try," Miller said, taking a sip of his coffee. "And when they realize it's mathematically impossible, they'll come looking for alternatives, which is when we start discussing consulting fees for expedited documentation services." He turned back to his workbench, where a mining drone waited for calibration. There was still work to do. After all, the heritage filing he'd submitted had only covered the major sectors. There were still thousands of minor artifact clusters scattered across the debris field that he could retroactively add to the protected list. And each new designation would expand the cataloging nightmare, increase the protection costs, and tighten the trap even further. Miller picked up his welding torch and went back to work, whistling an old tune from before the war. Somewhere in the distance, 17 dreadnoughts deployed golden force fields around junk. Their legal departments drafted increasingly desperate memos to Central Command, and their commanding officer slowly calculated how many centuries it would take to catalog 12 billion rusted bolts at 10 seconds per item. The galaxy's premier debt collection fleet had become archaeologists, and the inventory was just beginning. Chapter 6. The Bolt Counting Nightmare. High Liquidator Valix had assigned his best assessment teams to Sector 4G. Not because it was the most important sector, not because it contained the highest value artifacts, but because it was, mathematically speaking, the sector most likely to break his crew's sanity before the fuel costs broke his budget. Sector 4G, the Ancient Fasteners Heritage Collection. 12 billion individual nuts, bolts, screws, washers, and miscellaneous fastening devices floating in a roughly spherical cloud approximately 2 kilometers in diameter. Each piece of corroded metal legally designated as a distinct cultural artifact, each one requiring individual documentation, photography, material analysis, and registry entry. The assessment teams had been working for 73 hours. They had cataloged 4,217 artifacts. At this rate, they would complete the sector in approximately 3,814 years. Valak stood on the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity, watching the progress indicators that updated with painful slowness. Every 10 seconds, another bolt received its heritage designation. Every 10 seconds, another photograph was taken, another material scan completed, another registry entry filed. Every 10 seconds, the projected completion date extended slightly further into a future where none of his crew would live to see it. "Status report," Valak said, his voice carrying the hollow tone of someone who already knew the answer would be bad. The operations officer checked the latest transmission from Assessment Team 7. "Sir, the teams report steady progress on the fastener documentation. Current catalog completion, 0.035%. Estimated time to completion at current efficiency, 3,800 years, plus or minus 200 years depending on equipment wear and crew replacement schedules." 3,800 years, Valak repeated, to count bolts. "To properly document individual heritage artifacts according to Subsection 404 preservation standards, sir. Each fastener requires high-resolution photography from 6 different angles, multi-spectrum material analysis, precise dimensional measurements, corrosion assessment, and cross-referencing with manufacturing period databases. The process is quite thorough." Valak pulled up the live feed from Assessment Shuttle 4, where Technician Rev was currently photographing Artifact 4G004218. A rusted hex bolt, approximately 4 centimeters in length, missing its threads, and worth approximately 0.003 credits in salvage value. The heritage filing assessed its cultural value at 50 credits as an exemplar of mid-21st century mechanical fastening technology. Merev positioned his camera carefully, adjusting the lighting to capture the bolt's corrosion patterns in archival quality detail. First angle, photograph. Rotate the artifact. Second angle, photograph. Adjust position. Third angle, photograph. The process took 9 minutes and 47 seconds to complete all 6 required angles. Then came the material scan, the dimensional analysis, the registry entry, 10 minutes and 32 seconds total, for 1 bolt. Valak did the math again, hoping desperately that it would somehow come out different this time. 12 billion bolts, 10 minutes 32 seconds per bolt. That was 126 billion seconds, which was approximately 4,000 years of continuous work. The sub-auditor helpfully updated the projection. High Liquidator, revised estimate accounting for crew rest cycles, equipment maintenance, and data processing overhead. 4,215 years for complete fastener documentation. This does not include time required for the other sectors. 4,000 years, Valak said. His mandibles had stopped moving entirely. "We're going to be here for 4,000 years, counting rusty bolts." "Only if we maintain current efficiency rates, sir. The teams are becoming faster as they develop standardized procedures. Current learning curve suggests we may reduce per artifact documentation time to as low as 8 minutes within 6 months of operations. 8 minutes per bolt, 12 billion bolts, Valak calculated. That's still 3,200 years. Significant improvement over the initial timeline, sir. Vallox looked at the tactical display, where 17 dreadnoughts maintained position around a cloud of metal fragments, their Class-A Kinetic Barriers consuming 41 million credits per day to protect items that would take millennia to catalog. What are our current operational costs? Fuel consumption for station keeping and barrier maintenance, 41 million credits daily. Assessment team operations, including shuttles, equipment, and personnel, 6 million credits daily. Total daily operational cost, 47 million credits. Projected cost for complete sector documentation at current rates, 68 trillion credits. 68 trillion, Vallox said. The number was so large it had stopped having meaning. To document a sector worth approximately 600 million credits in assessed heritage value. The mathematics are challenging, sir. Vallox pulled up a communication channel. Assessment Team 7, this is Fleet Command. Status update on current artifact processing. Technician Brell's voice came through, carrying the exhausted tone of someone who had been photographing bolts for 3 consecutive shifts. Fleet Command, we've completed documentation of Artifact 4G004220. Beginning work on Artifact 4G004221. Sir, permission to ask a question? Granted. These bolts all look identical. Same manufacturing period, same material composition, same dimensional specifications within tolerance ranges. Could we create a standardized template and apply it to similar artifacts instead of individually documenting each one? Vallox felt a moment of hope. Sub-auditor, could we streamline the process with template documentation? The AI's matrix pulsed. Negative, sir. Subsection 404 requires individual assessment of each designated artifact to ensure proper historical accuracy. The heritage filing specifically notes that minor variations in corrosion patterns, wear characteristics, and material degradation contribute to the historical significance of each piece. Template documentation would violate preservation standards. They're identical bolts, Vallox said. They're individual artifacts with unique historical characteristics, sir. The corrosion pattern on artifact 4G004220 differs from 4G04221 by approximately 0.03%. This variation represents distinct environmental exposure histories and must be documented separately. Vallox closed the channel to the assessment team without responding. There was nothing to say. The heritage protection filing had been designed specifically to make efficient cataloging impossible. Every attempt to streamline the process violated some provision of the preservation standards. Every shortcut triggered compliance failures. Every practical solution was prohibited by archaeological methodology. The communications console chimed. Another transmission from Debris Field 9. Vallox's carapace tensed automatically. What do they want now? Sir, the humans are transmitting supplementary heritage designation documents. They're adding items to the protected registry. Adding items, Vallox said. We haven't finished cataloging the items they already designated. The filing allows for retroactive additions to the protected list as new artifacts are identified for historical significance, sir. The humans are exercising their right to expand heritage protections. Vallox pulled up the transmission. The supplementary filing was 47 pages long and designated an additional 800 items scattered across sectors 4B, 7G, and 12F as protected cultural artifacts. Each item came with its own assessed value and cataloging requirements. One item caught Vallox's attention. Artifact 12F New 001, collection of approximately 4 billion microprocessor chips, classified as the Digital Transition Archive. Assessed cultural value, 300 million credits collective. Individual documentation required to preserve manufacturing variation data and circuit evolution patterns. 4 billion microprocessor chips, each one requiring individual photography and registry entry. They're adding 4 billion computer chips to the protected list, Vallox said. His voice had gone completely flat. On top of the 12 billion bolts we're already trying to catalog. The humans argue that the microprocessor collection represents a crucial period in computational technology development, sir. They've provided supporting documentation from 3 xenoarchaeologists who agree the collection merits Tier 1 protection status. Vallox stared at the supplementary filing. watching his operational timeline extend into geological timescales. How long to catalog 4 billion microprocessor chips at current efficiency rates? Assuming similar documentation requirements to the fasteners, approximately 1,300 years, sir. So our total timeline is now what? 5,000 years? 5,515 years for complete heritage site documentation, assuming no further additions to the protected registry and no significant degradation in team efficiency. Valox looked at the tactical display, where the Class-A Kinetic Barriers continued their expensive protection of artifacts that would take multiple millennia to catalog. What are the projected total costs for a 5,000-year operation? The sub-auditor processed for several seconds. Assuming constant fuel prices and no significant technological advances in documentation efficiency, approximately 85 trillion credits in operational costs. This does not account for inflation, crew replacement expenses, or potential increases in heritage site boundaries. 85 trillion credits, Valox said, to liquidate a 3 billion credit debt. The heritage protection requirements have fundamentally altered the operational economics beyond the point of financial viability, sir. The communications console chimed again. Foreman Miller's drawl came through with that same helpful, cooperative tone. Fleet Command, this is Debris Field 9 Control. Noticed you received our supplementary heritage designations. Hope that doesn't complicate your cataloging operations too much. Foreman Miller, Valox said, each word emerging with painful precision. You just added 4 billion computer chips to a protection list we won't finish cataloging for 5,000 years. Well, we couldn't just leave them undocumented, Liquidator. Those chips represent crucial developments in early digital computing, real important for understanding the transition from analog to digital systems. Each one's got slightly different circuit architectures depending on manufacturing batch and production year. Fascinating stuff. You expect us to photograph 4 billion individual computer chips. Only if you want to comply with heritage preservation standards, Liquidator. I understand it's a big job. That's why my earlier offer of consulting services still stands. My crew's got extensive experience with efficient artifact documentation. We've developed streamlined procedures that could significantly reduce your processing time. How significantly? Well, we know which chips are representative of standard batches and which ones show unique manufacturing variations. Could probably cut your documentation workload by 60, maybe 70% if we help you identify the truly significant specimens. Of course, we'd still need to do full documentation on the important ones, but at least you wouldn't waste time on the routine examples. Valox felt a trap closing, but he was too exhausted to identify exactly which part was the trap and which part was genuine efficiency. And your consulting fees for this service? Standard heritage site management rates, Liquidator. Figure about 2 million credits per day for a full advisory team. Considering you're currently spending 47 million daily on operations that won't complete for 5,000 years, 2 million for actual progress seems reasonable. 2 million credits per day, on top of the 47 million already being spent. But if the humans could actually reduce the workload by 60%, that would cut the timeline from 5,000 years to 2,000 years, which was still absurdly long but was at least closer to civilization's projected lifespan. Let me consult with my superiors, Valox said. The channel closed. Valox stood on the bridge, staring at progress indicators that measured time in millennia and costs in numbers that had lost all connection to economic reality. His assessment teams were counting bolts. His kinetic barriers were protecting rust. His operational budget had transformed into a cosmic joke. Sub-auditor, draft a communication to Hegemony Central Command. Priority classification. Subject, request for strategic guidance on multi-millennium heritage site operations. Composing, sir. Should I include the projected timeline of 5,000 years? Include everything. The cataloging requirements, the cost projections, the supplementary designations, the consulting offer. Let Central Command make the decision about whether we're spending 85 trillion credits to count bolts for 5,000 years or whether we're hiring the humans to help us count bolts slightly faster. Sir, both options result in substantial financial losses. I'm aware, Valox said, but one of them might complete before the heat death of the universe. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Foreman Miller watched the assessment teams continue their slow, methodical documentation of individual fasteners. 4,217 bolts cataloged. 11,995,795,783 remaining. Vance, Miller called across the workshop. They're still counting. Vance looked up from his workstation, where he'd been preparing the next batch of supplementary heritage designations. How many so far? Just over 4,000 in 3 days. At this rate, they'll be here until long after we're dust. Miller took a sip of his coffee. But they're realizing the math doesn't work. Valox is about to request authorization to hire us as consultants. Think Central Command will approve it? They'll approve it or they'll order him to abandon the operation. And if they order abandonment, we file for damages based on incomplete preservation obligations. Either way, we're getting paid. Miller turned back to his workbench. How many items in the next supplementary filing? I've got about 600 more artifacts ready for designation. Mix of industrial equipment, electronic components, and what I'm calling miscellaneous cultural debris. Should add another 1,000 years to their timeline. Miller smiled. Hold off on transmitting it for a few days. Let them think 4 billion chips is the final expansion. We'll hit them with the next batch once they've committed to the consulting contract. Keep them off balance. He picked up his welding torch and went back to work, whistling an old tune from before the war. Somewhere in the distance, 17 dreadnoughts maintained position around a cloud of bolts. Their assessment teams photographed rust one piece at a time, and their commanding officer calculated whether 5,000 years of counting was better or worse than hiring the people who created the problem to help solve it. The meter was still running, and the inventory had barely begun. Chapter 7. The Expanding Registry. High Liquidator Valix had been reviewing consulting contract proposals for the past 9 hours. The proposals were detailed, professionally formatted, and represented his only realistic path to completing this operation in anything less than geological timescales. They were also expensive, legally binding, and would require him to pay the humans who had created this problem to help him solve it. The mathematics were brutally simple. His assessment teams had now cataloged 6,142 artifacts over the course of 106 hours. That was 58 artifacts per hour, or approximately 10.4 minutes per artifact. At this rate, complete documentation of Sector 4G's 12 billion fasteners would require 2 million years of continuous operations. The consulting proposal from Debris Field 9 offered to reduce this timeline by approximately 70%, through streamlined documentation procedures and expert artifact triage, which would cut the 2 million year timeline down to 600,000 years. Still insane, but at least mathematically closer to plausible civilization lifespans. The cost: 2 million credits per day in consulting fees, on top of the 47 million already being spent on operations. Valox stood on the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity, staring at the contract terms displayed on his personal screen. 2 million credits per day to hire humans to help catalog human trash that the humans had designated as culturally significant. The irony was so thick it had achieved physical mass. "Sir," the communications officer said, eye stalks drooping with what Valox had learned to recognize as the bearer of additional bad news. "We're receiving another transmission from Debris Field 9. Supplementary heritage designation documents." Valox felt his carapace tense. "More retroactive additions?" "Yes, sir. File size suggests approximately 190 pages of additional protected items." Valox closed the consulting contract proposal and pulled up the incoming transmission. The supplementary filing was titled Addendum 3, Extended Heritage Registry for Sectors 4B, 7G, 9C, and 12F. 193 pages of newly designated cultural artifacts, each one requiring the same individual documentation as everything already on the protection list. He began reading. By page 3, his mandibles had stopped moving entirely. "They're designating individual wiring segments," Valox said, his voice hollow. The sub-auditor processed the filing with mechanical efficiency. "Yes, sir. The humans argue that electrical wiring represents distinct evolutionary stages in power distribution technology. They've identified approximately 600,000 individual wire segments scattered across the debris field, each showing unique characteristics in gauge, insulation type, and degradation patterns. The filing requests individual documentation of each segment as discrete examples of electrical infrastructure development. 600,000 pieces of wire, Valak said, on top of the 12 billion bolts we're already trying to count. The filing also designates an additional 2 million fasteners that were previously classified as miscellaneous debris, but have now been re-evaluated as secondary attachment hardware worthy of independent preservation. These items were not included in the original 12 billion count. Valak pulled up his timeline projections. 12 billion bolts, 4 billion computer chips, 600,000 wire segments, 2 million additional fasteners. He didn't bother calculating the exact completion date. The number would just be depressing. What's the revised total artifact count? 16,602,000,000 individual items requiring heritage documentation, sir. At current documentation rates of 58 artifacts per hour. Estimated completion time, 3,200,000 years. 3 million years. Valak looked at the consulting contract proposal, where the humans promised to reduce timelines by 70%. 3 million years reduced by 70% was 900,000 years. Still longer than recorded hegemony history. Still completely insane. But at least the math was getting smaller instead of larger. What's the assessed cultural value of the wire segments? The humans have valued individual wire segments at between 200 and 800 credits each, depending on historical significance and condition. Collective assessed value of the 600,000 wire segments, approximately 320 million credits. Valak did the mental arithmetic. If they accidentally damaged a wire worth 800 credits, the 500% penalty would be 4,000 credits, which was more than the wire was worth in actual material value by a factor of several thousand. The entire economic structure of this operation had detached from any connection to physical reality. And the additional 2 million fasteners? Assessed at 50 credits each, sir. Collective value, 100 million credits. Combined with previous designations, total heritage site assessed value now exceeds 1.3 billion credits. 1.3 billion credits worth of legally protected trash. Valak pulled up his operational budget and calculated how long his fuel reserves would last at current consumption rates. The fuel tanker had delivered approximately 4 weeks ago. His barriers were still consuming 41 million credits per day. His assessment operations cost 6 million daily. Total burn rate, 47 million per day. He had approximately 8 days of fuel remaining before requiring another resupply at 83 million credits per tanker. The mathematics were unsustainable. He was spending 47 million credits per day to catalog artifacts at a rate that would require 3 million years to complete. Each day of operations cost him more than the individual items being documented were worth in actual salvage value, and the humans kept adding more items to the protection list, extending his timeline even further into the temporal distance. Communications, Valak said, his voice carrying the hollow tone of someone who had stopped fighting the inevitable. Prepare a priority transmission to Hegemony Central Command. Subject, request for authorization to engage Heritage Site Management Consultants. Sir, should I include the projected costs? Include everything. The current timeline, the projected costs, the consulting proposal, the alternative of continuing operations without assistance. Let Central Command make the decision about whether we're spending 49 million credits per day for 900,000 years or spending 47 million for 3 million years. Both options result in catastrophic financial losses, sir. I'm aware, Valak said, but one of them has a number we can actually say out loud without sounding like we're discussing the lifespan of stars. The transmission went out. Valak pulled up the live feed from Assessment Shuttle 11, where Technician Krev was currently documenting Artifact 4G006143, a rusted hex bolt, 4.2 centimeters in length, missing approximately 60% of its threads, worth 0.002 credits in salvage value. The documentation process required 11 minutes of careful photography, scanning, and data entry. The heritage filing assessed its cultural value at 50 credits. The 500% damage penalty for accidental destruction would be 250 credits. Valox watched Krev rotate the bolt for the third angle photograph and wondered what his career would have looked like if he'd accepted that position in waste management instead of debt collection. Probably about the same, he decided, just with less pretense about the quality of the trash involved. The communications console chimed. Another transmission from Debris Field 9. "What do they want now?" Valox asked, his carapace sagging slightly. "Sir, Foreman Miller is requesting to discuss the consulting contract proposal. He notes that we've been reviewing it for 9 hours and asks if we have any questions about the service scope or pricing structure." Valox pulled up the contract terms one more time. 2 million credits per day, 70% timeline reduction, streamlined documentation procedures that would somehow allow his teams to catalog artifacts in 3 minutes instead of 10, all performed by the same humans who had designated the artifacts as culturally significant in the first place. "Open the channel," Valox said. Miller's drawl came through with that same helpful, cooperative tone. "Liquidator, this is Foreman Miller. Noticed you folks received our latest heritage editions. Hope that's not complicating your cataloging operations. You added 600,000 wire segments to the protection list, Foreman Miller." "Had to, Liquidator. Those wiring assemblies represent crucial developments in electrical distribution infrastructure. Can't really preserve the complete historical record without documenting the supporting systems. Each wire's got unique characteristics depending on manufacturing period and installation context. Real important stuff. They're pieces of wire floating in space. They're individual examples of early power grid technology, Liquidator, and under heritage protection standards, they deserve the same documentation rigor as the primary artifacts." Miller paused. "Course, I understand this complicates your timeline. That's why our consulting offer still stands. We can help you identify which wire segments are truly significant and which ones can be documented with abbreviated procedures." "Your proposal claims 70% timeline reduction," Valox said. "How?" "Experience, Liquidator. We've been working with this material for decades. We know which fasteners are standard production runs and which ones show unique variations. We know which wires are representative of common installation practices and which ones demonstrate innovative techniques. We can guide your teams to the artifacts that actually matter for the historical record and help you document the routine examples more efficiently, while still complying with heritage protection standards." "Absolutely. We're not talking about cutting corners, Liquidator. We're talking about applying expert knowledge to make your documentation more efficient. Your teams are treating every bolt like it's a unique discovery. We can tell them which bolts actually are unique and which ones are just standard components that can be documented with template procedures." Valox pulled up the heritage filing specifications. The filing prohibits template documentation. Each artifact must be individually assessed. "It prohibits template documentation without expert verification, Liquidator. With our consulting team providing professional assessment of artifact significance, your teams can use streamlined procedures for items we designate as representative examples. Saves time while maintaining proper heritage preservation standards. And this service costs 2 million credits per day. Standard rate for specialized heritage site management consulting, Liquidator. Considering you're currently spending 47 million daily on operations that won't complete for 3 million years, 2 million for actual progress seems reasonable. We're not price gouging. We're offering professional services based on unique expertise." Valox looked at the numbers one more time. 47 million per day for 3 million years, or 49 million per day for 900,000 years. The second option was still financially catastrophic, but was at least theoretically possible to contemplate without having an existential crisis about the heat death of the universe. "I've submitted a request to my superiors for authorization to engage your consulting services," Valox said. "The decision will take approximately 72 hours. Appreciate the consideration, Liquidator. No rush on our end. We understand these are big decisions. Just let us know when you're ready to proceed." Miller paused. "Though I should mention, we've got a few more supplementary heritage designations we're preparing to file. Probably another 1,000 pages or so of additional protected items. Figured we'd hold off on transmitting them until after you folks made a decision about the consulting contract. Wouldn't want to overwhelm you with too much new material all at once. Another 1,000 pages. Valex's carapace made a small cracking sound. How many additional artifacts? Oh, hard to say exactly without completing the assessment, but figure somewhere in the range of 3 to 5 million individual items. Mix of structural components, mechanical assemblies, and what we're calling transitional debris. Material that represents the interface between different technological periods. Real significant stuff, historically speaking. 3 to 5 million more items. Valex did the math. His 3 million year timeline would extend to approximately 3,800,000 years. And that was assuming the humans stopped adding items after this batch. Hold your supplementary filing until after we've made a decision about the consulting contract, Valox said. Happy to, Liquidator. Appreciate your cooperation on heritage preservation. We'll be standing by if you need any clarification on the contract terms. The channel closed. Valex stood on the bridge, staring at assessment feeds showing his teams documenting bolts one at a time, at heritage protection requirements that made efficiency impossible, at consulting contracts that would pay the humans to solve problems the humans had created. Sub-auditor, what's the projected cost difference between proceeding without consultants versus engaging their services? The AI processed for several seconds. Without consultants, projected total cost over 3 million years, approximately 51 quadrillion credits. With consultants at 70% timeline reduction, projected cost over 900,000 years, approximately 16 quadrillion credits. Net savings from consultant engagement, 35 quadrillion credits. 35 quadrillion credit savings, Valox said, by paying the humans 2 million credits per day to help us count their own garbage. The mathematics favor consultant engagement, sir, though both scenarios exceed hegemony gross domestic product by several orders of magnitude. Valox pulled up the authorization request he'd sent to Central Command. The response would take approximately 72 hours, during which time his teams would catalog approximately 4,000 more bolts, during which time his barriers would consume another 126 million credits in fuel, during which time Miller would prepare another 1,000 pages of supplementary designations to deploy if the consulting contract was rejected. The trap had multiple layers. The cataloging was impossible. The costs were unsustainable. The only solution was hiring the people who'd created the problem, and refusing to hire them would just make the problem worse. Valox looked at the tactical display one more time, at his 17 dreadnoughts maintaining position around artifacts worth less than the power consumed to protect them, at timeline projections measured in millions of years, at cost estimates that exceeded the wealth of civilizations. Maintain current operations, Valox said quietly. Continue cataloging at standard efficiency, and someone start preparing documentation for Central Command, explaining why we need to spend 36 trillion credits hiring human consultants to catalog human trash. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Foreman Miller watched the assessment teams continue their methodical bolt counting while Valex's authorization request traveled to Central Command through channels that would take days to process. He pulled up the next batch of supplementary designations, 1,047 pages of additional protected items, ready to transmit at exactly the right moment to maximize pressure. Vance, Miller called across the workshop. They're considering the consulting contract. Vance looked up from his workstation, grinning. Think Central Command will approve it? They'll approve it, or they'll order him to abandon operations. And if they order abandonment, we file for incomplete preservation obligations and environmental damage from the barriers they've already deployed. Either way, we get paid. Miller took a sip of his coffee. If they approve the contract, we make 2 million per day helping them catalog. If they abandon, we make billions in damage claims. The trap works both ways. He turned back to his workbench. There was still work to do. After all, those supplementary designations wouldn't write themselves. And he had another 3,000 artifacts identified for potential heritage protection, just waiting for the right moment to add them to the registry. Miller picked up his tools and went back to work, whistling an old tune from before the war. Somewhere in the distance, 17 dreadnoughts burned antimatter to protect wire segments worth 200 credits each. Their assessment teams photographed bolts for 11 minutes apiece, and their commanding officer calculated whether hiring the enemy was better than drowning in an ocean of documentation that would never end. The consulting contract was almost inevitable now, and once it was signed, Miller would have direct access to hegemony operations, official authority to designate artifact significance, and legal standing to bill for every hour of service rendered. The meter was still running, and soon it would be running at an even higher rate. Chapter 8. The Remote Coordination. High Liquidator Valix had received Central Command's authorization approximately 6 hours ago. The message had been brief, professionally cold, and carried the unmistakable subtext that his superiors believed this entire operation had become a catastrophic embarrassment that they wanted resolved as quickly and quietly as possible. The authorization approved engagement of Debris Field 9's consulting services at 2 million credits per day for remote heritage site management coordination, expert artifact assessment guidance, and procedural optimization recommendations. In other words, pay the humans to help you count their trash faster, and don't bother us unless you're filing closure documents. Valix stood on the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity, reviewing the consulting contract one final time before transmitting acceptance. The terms were clear. Debris Field 9 would provide expert guidance on artifact documentation procedures, assist with identification of significant versus routine items, and recommend efficiency improvements. All services to be delivered via secure data links and communication channels. No physical presence required. No direct access to hegemony systems. Communications, Valix said, his mandibles clicking with resigned finality. Transmit acceptance of the consulting contract to Foreman Miller. Inform him we're prepared to begin coordination immediately. The transmission went out. 37 seconds later, Miller's response came back. Fleet Command, this is Foreman Miller. Appreciate your decision to engage our consulting services. We'll establish secure coordination channels within the hour and begin procedural review. Should save you considerable time on the cataloging operations. The coordination channel activated 90 minutes later. Miller's face appeared on the main bridge display, his grease-stained coveralls and battered datapad looking distinctly out of place against the pristine backdrop of the Ledger of Eternity's command center. Liquidator, Miller said, his drawl carrying clearly through the transmission. Let's start by reviewing your current documentation procedures. If you can transmit your standard cataloging protocols and some sample artifact records, we can identify immediate efficiency improvements. Valix authorized the data transfer. Hegemony assessment protocols, sample documentation files, and procedural guidelines flowed through the secure channel to Debris Field 9. He watched the progress indicator and tried not to think about how much operational detail he was sharing with the people who had created this problem. Miller spent 47 minutes reviewing the transmitted data. Valix watched him scroll through procedures, examine sample photographs, and occasionally make notes on his datapad. When he finally looked up, his expression carried the professional courtesy of someone delivering bad news gently. Well, Liquidator, I can see why your timeline projections are so long. Your teams are doing maximum effort documentation on every single artifact. 6-angle photography, full spectroscopic analysis, complete dimensional mapping. That's proper procedure for unique items, but it's severe overkill for standard production runs. The heritage filing requires individual assessment of each artifact, Valix said. Individual assessment, yes, but assessment doesn't mean starting from scratch every time. Once you've established baseline characteristics for a standard fastener type, individual assessment just means confirming the new item matches the pattern. Miller pulled up something on his datapad. We've got manufacturing records for most of the fastener types in Sector 4G. I'm transmitting our database now. When your teams scan a bolt, they can cross-reference it against known production batches. If it matches a standard pattern, they can use abbreviated documentation procedures. If it shows unique characteristics, they do the full analysis. Valix watched the database transfer complete. Thousands of manufacturing specifications, production batch records, and material composition standards. And you're confident these abbreviated procedures comply with Subsection 404? Absolutely. We wrote the heritage filing, Liquidator. We know exactly what's required. Your teams have been treating every bolt like a unique discovery because they don't have the expertise to distinguish standard from significant. We're providing that expertise. Miller tapped his datapad. Let's run a pilot. Have one of your assessment teams implement the streamlined procedures for 48 hours. Monitor the results. If documentation quality doesn't meet standards, you cancel the contract. Valaks pulled up the projected timelines. 3 million years at current rates. 900,000 years with 70% improvement via consulting. Even 50% improvement would cut the timeline to 1.5 million years. Implement the pilot program with Assessment Team 7. I want continuous documentation quality monitoring. The revised procedures were transmitted to Technician Marev's shuttle. New protocols: cross-reference scanned artifacts against the human database, use 3-angle photography for confirmed standard items, apply template material analysis for common alloy compositions. The consultation channel remained open, Miller's face visible on Marev's shuttle display, available for questions. Marev documented artifact 4G06890, a standard hex bolt, 4 centimeters in length. He scanned it, transmitted the data to the human database, received confirmation it matched batch 47B from the third quarter of 2143. Miller's voice came through the comm channel. That's a standard production bolt. No unique characteristics. 3-angle photography is sufficient. Material scan can use template matching against the batch 47B baseline. The documentation process took 4 minutes and 18 seconds instead of 11 minutes. 48 hours later, the pilot results were conclusive. Assessment Team 7 had cataloged 1,947 artifacts in 2 days while maintaining heritage protection standards. The efficiency improvement was approximately 140%. Valaks reviewed the quality assessments. The documentation met all requirements. The humans hadn't violated any Subsection 404 provisions. They'd simply applied expertise to distinguish between necessary rigor and unnecessary repetition. Expand consulting coordination to all assessment teams, Valaks ordered. Establish secure data channels for each shuttle. I want continuous quality monitoring, but if the results hold, we're implementing streamlined procedures fleet-wide. Within 12 hours, all 19 active assessment shuttles had secure consultation channels to Debris Field 9. The humans provided real-time guidance, database access, and procedural recommendations, and the documentation rates began to climb. 1,000 artifacts per day became 2,000, then 3,000. The timeline projection shifted. 3 million years became 1 million, then 700,000. The mathematics were still insane, but they were becoming less catastrophically insane. Valaks watched the progress indicators update every hour. For the first time since arriving at this junkyard, the numbers were moving in the right direction. The consulting contract was expensive at 2 million credits per day, but it was actually working. Then, on day 4 of consulting operations, Miller transmitted the supplementary heritage filing. Fleet Command, this is Debris Field 9 Control. Miller's face appeared on the main display, his expression professionally apologetic. We've completed assessment of some additional artifact clusters that merit heritage protection. Transmitting Addendum 4 to the protected registry now. Valaks felt his carapace tense. How many additional items? About 8 million individual artifacts, Liquidator. Mix of structural components, mechanical assemblies, and electrical elements we'd previously classified as miscellaneous debris. But our heritage assessment team has determined they represent significant technological transitions that deserve proper documentation. 8 million items, Valaks said. His voice had gone flat. On top of the 16 billion we're already cataloging. I understand it complicates your timeline, Liquidator, but heritage preservation requires comprehensive documentation. Can't just skip important material because it's inconvenient. Miller paused. Of course, with our consulting services, your efficiency improvements should partially offset the additional workload. Figure it adds about 250,000 years to your timeline, even with the streamlined procedures. Valaks pulled up the revised projections. 700,000 years had just become 950,000 years. The consulting efficiency had been immediately undermined by new designations. You're adding items while we're paying you to help us catalog, Valaks said carefully. 2 separate functions, Liquidator. The consulting services help you document efficiently. The Heritage Preservation Team continues identifying significant artifacts that require protection. Both are necessary for proper heritage site management. Miller's tone remained helpful and reasonable. Think of it this way. Without consulting services, those 8 million items would add another 800,000 years to your timeline. With our efficiency improvements, it's only 250,000. You're still saving substantial time. Valox did the math. Miller was technically correct. The consulting was providing real efficiency gains, but those gains were being continuously offset by new heritage designations. The timeline was still extending into absurd durations despite the improvements. Are there more supplementary filings planned? Well, that depends on how thorough our heritage assessment process is, Liquidator. We've got about 60% of the debris field properly evaluated. The remaining 40% might contain additional significant items. Hard to say until we complete the assessment. Miller smiled slightly. But don't worry. As long as we're providing consulting services, any new additions won't impact your timeline as severely as they would without our efficiency improvements. Valox stared at the revised timeline. 950,000 years. Still completely insane. Still financially catastrophic. But the alternative, canceling the consulting contract and returning to original procedures, would make it worse. Continue consulting operations, Valox said, and notify me immediately if you identify any additional items for heritage designation. Appreciate your cooperation, Liquidator. We'll keep you informed of our assessment findings. The channel closed. Valox stood on the bridge, watching progress indicators that moved forward while timeline projections moved backward. Efficiency gains undermined by continuous scope expansion, costs mounting despite improvements. The sub-auditor helpfully calculated the updated projections. High Liquidator at current documentation rates with consulting efficiency improvements, estimated completion time, 953,000 years. Daily operational cost including consulting fees, 49 million credits. Total projected cost, 17 quadrillion credits. 17 quadrillion, Valox said, to liquidate a 3 billion credit debt. The heritage protection requirements combined with ongoing scope expansion have created a cost structure that cannot be resolved through conventional efficiency improvements, sir. Valox looked at the main display, where Miller's last transmission had left a highlighted note. Additional heritage assessment, 40% complete. 40% of the debris field still uneven on the debris field. The humans kept adding more items to protect. The timeline kept extending. The costs kept mounting. And canceling the consulting contract would just make everything worse. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Miller reviewed telemetry from all 19 assessment teams, monitoring their efficiency rates and documentation quality. The consulting arrangement was providing exactly what he'd promised. Real improvements that made the hegemony's impossible task slightly less impossible. Vance, Miller called across the workshop. They're at 3,000 artifacts per day with our remote guidance. Vance looked up from his workstation. And the new designations? 8 million items added. Timeline extended to 950,000 years despite the efficiency improvements. Miller took a sip of his coffee. They're seeing real progress, but the finish line keeps moving. And they can't cancel the contract because going back to the old procedures would make it even worse. How much more can we add? I've got another 12 million items identified across the remaining sectors. We'll phase them in gradually. Don't want to overwhelm them all at once. As long as we're providing consulting value, they'll keep paying for both the efficiency improvements and the scope expansions. Miller turned back to his monitoring display, where assessment teams worked under remote human guidance, following human-designed procedures, implementing human recommendations. They're paying us 2 million credits per day to help them count faster, and we're using that access to identify more items to count. The consulting contract isn't solving their problem. It's creating a sustainable extraction mechanism. He picked up his welding torch and went back to work, whistling an old tune from before the war. Somewhere in the distance, 17 dreadnoughts continued their endless cataloging operations, their procedures optimized by remote human expertise, their timeline extending despite efficiency gains, and their commanding officer slowly realizing that paying for help hadn't solved the problem. It had just made the problem more expensive to manage. The consulting fees were flowing, the designations were expanding, and the meter was still running faster than ever. Chapter 9. The Psychological Toll. High Liquidator Valux had been monitoring his assessment team's psychological evaluations for the past 16 days. The reports were professionally formatted, clinically precise, and deeply concerning. His teams were cataloging artifacts at unprecedented efficiency rates thanks to remote human consulting. They were meeting all heritage protection standards. They were processing 3,000 items per day, and they were slowly losing their minds. The psychological toll of cataloging 16 billion individual pieces of trash was proving to be more devastating than Valux had anticipated. The work was repetitive, monotonous, and utterly devoid of intellectual stimulation. Scan a bolt. Cross-reference the database. Confirm it matches batch specifications. Photograph. Document. Move to the next identical bolt. Repeat. Forever. Assessment technician Merev had been performing this task for 47 consecutive days. His latest psychological evaluation flagged signs of severe cognitive fatigue, diminished attention to detail, and early-stage occupational depression. Valux stood on the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity, reviewing the medical reports from all 19 assessment teams, 12 technicians showing moderate psychological stress, 5 displaying severe symptoms, 2 requiring immediate rotation to non-cataloging duties within 72 hours. Sub-auditor, what's the projected impact of rotating psychologically compromised personnel? The AI's crystalline matrix pulsed with its usual emotionless efficiency. Removing 2 technicians from active duty reduces documentation capacity by approximately 10%. Training replacement personnel requires 3 weeks. During transition, overall efficiency decreases by an additional 15%. Net impact, timeline extension of approximately 60,000 years. 60,000 years because 2 technicians can't handle counting bolts anymore, Valux said. The psychological demands of extended heritage documentation operations were not adequately accounted for in initial planning, sir. Valux pulled up the live feed from Assessment Shuttle 11, where Technician Krev was currently documenting his 847th bolt of the shift. The technician's movements were mechanical, precise, and completely automatic. Scan, reference, photograph, document. The consultation channel displayed Miller's database confirmation, standard production bolt, batch 89C, 3rd quarter 2151. No unique characteristics. Template documentation procedures applied. Krev moved to the next bolt with the same mechanical precision. His eye stalks barely focused on the artifact. He was operating on pure muscle memory, his higher cognitive functions having long since disengaged from the task. Medical, what's Krev's current psychological assessment? The medical officer checked the latest evaluation. Technician Krev is classified as functionally compromised, sir. He can still perform the documentation tasks, but his cognitive engagement has deteriorated to minimal levels. He's essentially operating in a dissociative state, present physically, absent mentally. Can he continue operations? From a purely functional perspective, yes. His documentation quality remains acceptable because he's following the remote consultation protocols automatically. But from a psychological health perspective, he should be rotated within 72 hours to prevent permanent cognitive damage. Valux watched Krev document bolt number 848. Standard production. Batch 89C. Template procedures confirmed via the consultation channel. Move to bolt 849. The technician's movements were identical to the previous iteration. Identical to every bolt for the past 16 days. The communications console chimed. A transmission from debris field 9. Valux's carapace tensed automatically. Fleet Command, this is Foreman Miller. The human's face appeared on the main display, his expression carrying professional concern. We've been monitoring your assessment operations through the consultation channels. Noticed some quality variation in recent documentation. Thought we should discuss operational sustainability. Quality variation? Valux said carefully. Nothing that violates heritage standards, Liquidator. But we're seeing patterns that suggest your teams might be experiencing some fatigue-related stress. Documentation times are increasing slightly. Database cross-references are taking longer. Small things, but they add up over extended operations. Miller paused. Heritage site cataloging is demanding work. The repetition gets to people. Valix pulled up the quality metrics. The variations were subtle, but real. Documentation times increasing by 3 to 5%. Error rates climbing slowly. His teams were showing measurable performance degradation driven by psychological fatigue. "We're managing the psychological demands," Valix said. "I'm sure you are, Liquidator, but we've got decades of experience with this kind of work. The monotony is the hardest part, not the technical complexity, but the sheer repetitive endurance required." Miller's tone remained helpful. "We might be able to help reduce the cognitive load on your teams. You're already providing consulting services and database access. We're providing procedural guidance and batch verification, but we could expand to more comprehensive remote support, real-time processing assistance, pre-categorized artifact queues, automated template selection. Basically, we'd handle more of the decision-making burden remotely so your teams can focus on pure execution. Reduces the mental fatigue from constant classification decisions." Valix felt another trap forming. "This expanded support would cost how much?" "Well, it requires more intensive coordination on our end. More staff monitoring the consultation channels, more real-time database queries, more active guidance. Figure we'd need to increase the consulting rate to about 4 million credits per day. Double the current fee structure, but it would significantly reduce the psychological stress on your personnel. 4 million credits per day. Added to the existing 47 million in operational costs, 51 million daily. And this would prevent the psychological attrition we're experiencing. Can't guarantee it eliminates the problem, Liquidator, but it should reduce the cognitive burden substantially. Your teams would be following more explicit instructions with less independent decision-making. That kind of reduced mental load helps with repetitive task fatigue." Valix looked at the timeline projections. Losing technicians to psychological breakdown would extend operations indefinitely. Training replacements couldn't keep pace with attrition, but paying double for consulting fees would push his costs even higher. "I need to consult with Central Command about expanding the service contract." "Understood, Liquidator. Just want you to know the options available. We're here to help however we can." The channel closed. Valix drafted yet another authorization request to Central Command, explaining why his psychologically breaking assessment teams required him to double the consulting fees. The response arrived 14 hours later with terse approval. Authorization granted for expanded consulting services. Operation must achieve closure. The expanded consulting began the following day. Miller's team provided more intensive remote guidance, pre-categorized artifact lists, automated template recommendations, real-time processing instructions. The assessment teams followed the enhanced procedures with less independent cognitive effort. The documentation rates held steady at 3,000 per day. The psychological deterioration slowed. Krev continued operating in his dissociative state, but at least he wasn't getting worse. The expanded consulting was expensive but functional. Then, on day 6 of the enhanced service contract, Miller transmitted Addendum 5 to the Heritage Registry. "Fleet Command, this is Debris Field 9 Control." Miller's face appeared on the display. "We've completed heritage assessment of additional material in Sectors 9C and 12F. Transmitting supplementary designations now." Valix felt his carapace go rigid. "How many additional items?" "About 6 million individual artifacts, Liquidator. Mix of mechanical components and structural elements we'd previously classified as routine debris. Our heritage assessment team has determined they represent significant evolutionary stages in industrial engineering that merit proper documentation." 6 million items, Valix said flatly, "while we're paying you 4 million credits per day in expanded consulting fees. 2 separate functions, Liquidator. The expanded consulting helps your teams process efficiently. The heritage assessment team continues identifying significant artifacts. Both are necessary for proper preservation." Miller's expression remained helpful. "And with the enhanced remote support we're providing, your team should be able to maintain current processing rates despite the additional workload. Figure it adds about 150,000 years to your timeline, but without the expanded consulting, it would be much worse." Valaks pulled up the revised projections. 950,000 years had become 1,100,000 years. The consulting efficiency improvements were being continuously undermined by scope expansion. The timeline kept extending despite the expensive enhanced support. Are there more supplementary filings planned? Still got about 25% of the debris field to fully assess, Liquidator. Might find additional significant items. But with our expanded consulting support, any new additions won't impact your timeline as severely as they would without our enhanced services. The channel closed. Valaks stared at the updated timeline. 1,100,000 years. 51 million credits per day. His assessment teams operating in dissociative states, following remote instructions automatically, counting bolts under human guidance while the humans added more bolts to count. On day 12 of expanded consulting, assessment technician Marev suffered a complete psychological breakdown. He was found in his shuttle, surrounded by cataloged artifacts, repeating standard production, batch 47B, confirmed via consultation channel, continuously. Medical evacuated him to the psychiatric ward. 3 other technicians showed similar warning signs within 48 hours. Valaks authorized emergency rotations and accelerated replacement training. The costs mounted, the timeline extended, and Miller's consultation channels provided their expensive guidance to personnel who were slowly breaking under the psychological weight of an impossible task. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Miller reviewed the financial reports. 4 million credits per day in expanded consulting, 6 million items added to the registry. Timeline extended to 1,100,000 years despite the enhanced support. Vance, Miller called across the workshop. They're paying double for consulting and the timeline's still extending. Vance looked up from his workstation. How much more can we add? I've got another 8 million items identified across the remaining sectors. We'll phase them in gradually. As long as we're providing consulting value, even if that value is just keeping them from complete collapse, they'll keep paying the fees while we expand the scope. Miller turned back to his monitoring display, where assessment teams worked under intensive remote human guidance, following instructions that reduced their cognitive burden while extending their impossible timeline. They're paying us 4 million per day to help them count faster, and we're using that coordination access to identify more items to count. The consulting isn't solving their problem, it's just making the problem more manageable while we make it bigger. He picked up his welding torch and went back to work, whistling an old tune from before the war. Somewhere in the distance, 17 dreadnoughts continued their endless cataloging operations, their procedures guided by expensive remote human expertise, their timeline extending despite enhanced support, and their commanding officer slowly realizing that paying more for help wasn't solving the problem. It was just making the problem more expensive to endure. The consulting fees kept increasing, the designations kept expanding, and the meter was running faster than ever. Chapter 10. The Fee Structure. High Liquidator Valaks had been operating under the expanded consulting contract for 23 days. The 4 million credits per day in enhanced remote coordination was expensive but seemed to be providing value. His psychologically stressed assessment teams followed the intensive guidance and maintained their processing rates. The timeline remained at 1,100,000 years, still absurd, but at least stable. Then he received the first supplementary invoice. Valaks stood on the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity, staring at the billing document that had just arrived via secure transmission from Debris Field 9. The invoice was professionally formatted, itemized in excruciating detail, and added an additional 1,800,000 credits to his daily consulting costs. Sub-auditor, analyze this invoice. What are these additional charges? The AI processed the document with its usual mechanical efficiency. High Liquidator, the supplementary charges are classified as cultural interpretation fees for specialized guidance requests made by your assessment teams. The billing structure breaks down as follows. 47 requests for clarification on artifact classification procedures at 40,000 credits each. 32 requests for heritage protection regulation interpretation at 55,000 credits each. 18 emergency consultations regarding documentation ambiguities at 70,000 credits each. My teams are being billed for asking questions? Valak said. The consulting contract includes a base service rate of 4 million credits daily for standard procedural guidance and database access. Additional specialized consultation requests fall under a separate fee structure for cultural interpretation services. The contract defines these as requests that require expert analysis beyond standard operational support. Valak pulled up the consulting contract and searched for the fee structure section. There, buried in Subsection 14, Paragraph 8, cultural interpretation services for specialized heritage site guidance shall be billed separately at rates commensurate with complexity and urgency. Standard interpretation, 40,000 credits. Complex regulatory analysis, 55,000 credits. Emergency consultation, 70,000 credits. They're charging 40,000 credits every time someone asks for clarification, Valak said. The contract classifies clarification requests as cultural interpretation services when they require expertise beyond routine procedural guidance, sir. Your assessment teams have been making approximately 12 such requests per day on average. 12 requests per day at an average of 50,000 credits each. That was 600,000 credits daily in additional consulting fees. Over a million-year operation, that would add up to... Valak's carapace made a cracking sound as he decided not to calculate that number. Communications, connect me to Foreman Miller. Miller's face appeared on the main display, his expression professionally pleasant. Liquidator, good to hear from you. Hope the enhanced consulting services are meeting your operational needs. Foreman Miller, I just received an invoice for 1,800,000 credits in cultural interpretation fees. My teams are being charged 40,000 credits for asking questions. For specialized heritage interpretation services, yes, sir. Your teams have been requesting expert analysis on classification ambiguities, regulatory compliance questions, and documentation methodology clarifications. Those aren't covered under the base consulting rate. They require dedicated specialist time to provide proper guidance. They're asking how to classify artifacts. They're asking for expert cultural assessment of artifact significance, Liquidator. That's specialized knowledge that requires our heritage preservation experts to analyze the specific context, review relevant historical records, and provide defensible interpretations under Subsection 404 standards. It's more intensive than routine procedural support. Valak pulled up a sample of the build clarification requests. Assessment Team 4 had asked whether a particular bolt with unusual corrosion patterns qualified as a unique artifact or a representative example. The question had been billed at 40,000 credits. The answer had been 3 sentences long. Artifact shows standard corrosion for extended vacuum exposure. Classify as representative example. Use template documentation procedures. You charged 40,000 credits for 3 sentences, Valak said. We charged 40,000 credits for expert heritage analysis that required reviewing the artifact's specific characteristics, comparing them against our historical database, consulting preservation standards, and providing a defensible classification that ensures compliance with Subsection 404. The length of the response doesn't reflect the expertise required to generate it, Liquidator. And emergency consultations cost 70,000 credits. When your teams need immediate guidance to avoid documentation errors or regulatory violations, we prioritize those requests and provide rapid expert response. That level of responsive service carries a premium rate. It's all specified in the contract fee structure. Valak looked at the contract terms again. Miller was technically correct. The fee structure was documented. Valak had signed it, and his teams desperately needed the clarification services because the heritage protection requirements were so complex that even expert assessment personnel couldn't navigate them without constant guidance. How do we reduce these additional fees? Well, Liquidator, the fees are driven by request volume. If your teams needed fewer clarifications, the charges would decrease accordingly. Of course, reducing clarification requests might increase documentation errors, which could trigger heritage protection violations. It's a balance between consultation costs and compliance risks. Valak recognized the trap immediately. He could tell his teams to stop asking questions and risk violating preservation standards, or he could continue paying 40,000 credits per question while Miller's team answered queries that should have been covered by the base consulting rate. Is there a flat rate option for unlimited clarification services? We could restructure the fee model to include comprehensive interpretation support, yes. Figure that would run about 8 million credits per day, double the current base rate, to cover unlimited cultural interpretation services. Might be more cost-effective if your teams are generating high question volumes. 8 million credits per day, combined with the existing operational costs, that would push daily expenses to approximately 60 million credits. Valux pulled up the timeline projections and tried to calculate whether unlimited questions were worth the additional cost. The answer was that the mathematics had stopped making any kind of sense approximately 6 months ago. I need to review the request patterns before making a decision, Valux said. Understood, Liquidator. We'll continue billing under the current structure until you authorize a contract modification. Just let us know if you want to discuss the flat rate option. The channel closed. Valux stood on the bridge, staring at invoices that charged 40,000 credits per question, at teams that needed constant clarification to avoid compliance violations, at a consulting arrangement that had transformed from helpful guidance into a parasitic fee extraction system. Over the following week, the cultural interpretation fee invoices arrived daily. 1.8 million credits, 2.1 million, 1.6 million. The assessment teams, aware that questions were expensive, tried to minimize their clarification requests. Documentation errors increased immediately. 3 artifacts were misclassified, triggering compliance reviews that cost Miller's team 80,000 credits each to resolve. On day 9, Valux received an invoice for compliance review services, 240,000 credits for reviewing and correcting the misclassifications his teams had made while trying to avoid asking questions. Sub-auditor, calculate the total consulting-related costs for the past week. Base consulting rate, 28 million credits. Cultural interpretation fees, 13.2 million credits. Compliance review services, 720,000 credits. Total, 41.9 million credits for consulting services alone, sir. Combined with operational costs, 94 million credits for the week. 94 million credits in 7 days. Valux pulled up his fuel reserves, his barrier maintenance costs, his staffing expenses. Every line item on his operational budget had been stable or declining, except the consulting fees. Those kept climbing. How much have we spent on consulting services since engaging Debris Field 9? Base consulting fees since contract initiation, 168 million credits. Cultural interpretation fees, 34 million credits. Compliance reviews, 2.1 million credits. Total consulting expenditure, 204.1 million credits over 51 days of operations. 200 million credits to pay humans to help catalog human trash. Valux tried to remember when the operation had stopped being about debt collection and had transformed into a mechanism for transferring hegemony treasury funds directly to a junkyard foreman. Communications, connect me to Foreman Miller. Inform him I want to discuss the flat rate interpretation option. The negotiation took 6 hours. Miller was professionally accommodating, willing to restructure the fees, happy to provide comprehensive support. The final agreement, 8 million credits per day for unlimited cultural interpretation services, compliance reviews, and emergency consultations. No additional charges for clarification requests, methodology questions, or regulatory guidance. Valux signed the modified contract and tried not to calculate how much the consulting arrangement would cost over a million-year operation. The number was large enough to be measured in significant fractions of the hegemony's total economic output. Sub-auditor, transmit the modified contract to Central Command for their records. Include a note that we've achieved cost stabilization on consulting services. Sir, cost stabilization may be technically inaccurate. The 8 million credit daily rate represents a 100% increase over the initial consulting fees. The alternative was continued fee escalation through per-request billing. Valux said, 8 million daily is expensive but at least predictable. Transmit it as cost stabilization. The modified contract went into effect the following day. The cultural interpretation fee invoices stopped arriving. The assessment teams resumed asking questions without fear of generating massive bills. The documentation quality improved, and Valux's daily operational costs climbed to 63 million credits. Barriers, fuel, staffing, and now 8 million in comprehensive consulting support. On day 4 of the flat-rate contract, Miller transmitted another supplementary heritage filing. Fleet Command, this is Debris Field 9 Control. Miller's face appeared on the display with practiced timing. We've completed heritage assessment of additional material in Sector 4B, transmitting Addendum 6 to the protected registry. Velox's carapace went rigid. How many items this time? About 4 million individual artifacts, Liquidator. Mostly electronic components and wiring assemblies we'd classified as secondary material. Our heritage team determined they represent significant developments in circuit miniaturization that merit documentation. 4 million items while we're paying you 8 million credits per day in consulting fees. 2 separate functions, Liquidator. The consulting supports your current operations. The heritage assessment identifies important material for future preservation. Both are necessary. Miller's expression remained helpful. And with our comprehensive interpretation support, your teams should handle the additional documentation efficiently. Figure it adds about 80,000 years to your timeline, but without the flat-rate consulting, you'd be dealing with compliance issues that would cost much more. Valix pulled up the revised timeline. 1,100,000 years had become 1,180,000 years. The consulting fees had doubled. The scope kept expanding. And Miller's helpful expression suggested this was all perfectly reasonable and professional. Are there more supplementary filings planned? We're about 75% complete with the heritage assessment, Liquidator. Might find additional significant items in the remaining sectors. But with our comprehensive support, any new additions won't impact your operations as severely as they would without our guidance. The channel closed. Valix looked at the fee structure that had escalated from 2 million to 4 million to 8 million daily. At the timeline that kept extending despite the expensive consulting support, at the invoices that would continue arriving for approximately 1,180,000 years. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Miller reviewed the financial reports. 8 million credits per day in flat-rate consulting. 4 million items added to the registry. Total consulting revenue since contract initiation, 237 million credits over 55 days. Vance, Miller called across the workshop. They've locked into the flat-rate contract. Vance looked up from his workstation. 8 million per day, plus continuing designation expansions. They're paying us 8 million daily for comprehensive support, while we add more items for them to catalog. The consulting revenue alone is generating more income than the junkyard ever made from actual salvage operations. Miller took a sip of his coffee. And they can't cancel the contract because their teams can't operate without the interpretation support. The heritage regulations are too complex. The documentation standards are too demanding. They're dependent on us for basic operational guidance. How much more can we extract? I've got another 6 million items identified. We'll phase them in gradually, as long as the consulting fees are providing operational value, even if that value is just preventing compliance failures. They'll keep paying while we expand the scope. Miller pulled up the Hegemony central bank access codes he'd been monitoring through various channels. But the real interesting development is their treasury situation. 237 million credits extracted so far. At 8 million per day over a million-year timeline, that's about 2.9 quadrillion credits in consulting fees alone. Think they can afford it? Eventually. No. The Hegemony economy can't sustain multi-quadrillion credit expenditures on a single junkyard. But they're committed now. They've spent too much to abandon the operation, and we're providing just enough value to keep them from realizing the economics are impossible. Miller smiled slightly. The consulting fees are bleeding their treasury, and that's exactly what we need for the next phase. He turned back to his monitoring display, where assessment teams operated under expensive remote human guidance, following procedures that required constant clarification, processing artifacts in an endless siege that grew more expensive by the day. The fee structure had evolved from helpful support to parasitic extraction, and Valix was locked into paying 8 million credits per day for guidance he couldn't operate without. The meter wasn't just running anymore. It was accelerating. Chapter 11. The Treasury Strain. High Liquidator Valix had been receiving increasingly alarmed messages from Hegemony Central Command for the past 13 days. The messages were no longer diplomatically worded. They were direct, urgent, and carried the unmistakable tone of superiors who had stopped caring about professional courtesy and started caring about economic survival. The hegemony treasury was hemorrhaging credits at unsustainable rates. Valak stood on the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity, reading the latest financial assessment from Central Command. His operation had consumed 4.2 billion credits over 73 days, 63 million credits per day in combined operational and consulting costs. To collect a 3 billion credit debt from a junkyard that would take 1,180,000 years to liquidate. The message from Central Command was 3 pages of financial analysis, followed by a single direct question. Can this operation achieve economic closure in any reasonable time frame? Valak stared at that question for a long time. The honest answer was no. The operation could not achieve economic closure. It would consume trillions of credits over millennia and recover billions in assessed heritage value that couldn't be liquidated without destroying it. The mathematics didn't work. They had never worked, and they were getting worse every day. Sub-auditor, calculate projected total cost to operational completion at current rates. The AI's crystalline matrix pulsed as it processed the grim arithmetic. High liquidator, at current daily expenditure of 63 million credits over the projected timeline of 1,180,000 years, total cost to completion, approximately 27 quadrillion credits. 27 quadrillion, Valak said. His voice was hollow. To recover 3 billion. The operation's cost structure exceeds recovery value by a factor of approximately 9 million to 1, sir. This represents what financial analysts would classify as catastrophic economic dysfunction. Valak pulled up the Central Command inquiry again. They weren't asking if the operation was profitable. They were asking if it could be closed, which meant they were considering abandonment, which meant Valak needed to determine whether abandonment was actually possible under the legal constraints of Subsection 404. Sub-auditor, analyze abandonment scenarios. What are the legal consequences if we withdraw from heritage site operations before completion? The AI processed the heritage protection statutes with mechanical precision. High liquidator, premature withdrawal from designated heritage site operations triggers multiple penalty provisions under Subsection 404. Primary penalties, incomplete preservation obligations, environmental damage from deployed infrastructure, and abandonment of legally protected artifacts in unstable conditions. Specify the financial penalties. Incomplete preservation obligations are calculated as 500% of assessed artifact value for items not properly documented. Approximately 650 million credits per million undocumented artifacts. Environmental damage from barrier removal. Estimated 3 billion credits for uncontrolled debris dispersal. Abandonment fines, calculated as percentage of total heritage site value based on completion percentage. At current 0.037% completion, abandonment fine would be approximately 960 million credits. Valak did the math. To abandon the operation right now would cost approximately 5.6 billion credits in various penalties, which was more than the original 3 billion credit debt they'd come to collect. Abandoning the operation would cost more than completing it would have recovered. And if we continue operations until we've documented enough artifacts to reduce abandonment penalties, to reduce abandonment fines below the original debt value of 3 billion credits, we would need to achieve approximately 40% documentation completion. At current processing rates, 470,000 years of continued operations. Estimated cost, 11 quadrillion credits. Valak stared at the numbers. They couldn't abandon without paying more than the debt was worth. They couldn't continue without spending quadrillions they didn't have. And they couldn't accelerate the process without paying even more in consulting fees. The trap was perfect. Absolutely perfect. Draft a response to Central Command. Summarize the abandonment analysis and projected costs for all scenarios. Include the legal penalties and timeline estimates. Valak paused. And include a formal request for strategic guidance on how to proceed when all available options result in catastrophic financial losses. The message was sent. The response arrived 19 hours later. It was 1 paragraph long. Continue operations. Minimize expenditures where possible. Hegemony Treasury has established dedicated funding allocation for this operation to prevent broader economic impact from premature closure. Do not under any circumstances make the situation worse. In other words, we're trapped, we know we're trapped, just try not to bleed faster. Valox looked at his operational budget and searched desperately for areas where costs could be reduced. The barrier maintenance was non-negotiable. Removing protection from designated artifacts would trigger environmental damage penalties. The fuel consumption was dictated by physics and position-keeping requirements. The staffing was already minimized. The only significant variable cost was the consulting fees, 8 million credits per day for comprehensive remote interpretation support. Expensive, but his teams couldn't operate without it. The heritage regulations were too complex. The documentation standards too demanding. Canceling the consulting contract would immediately trigger compliance failures that would cost more to resolve than the consulting fees themselves. Valox was locked into paying Miller 8 million credits per day because the alternative was paying more to fix the mistakes his teams would make without guidance. Sub-Auditor, has Debris Field 9 transmitted any new heritage designations in the past week? Negative, sir. No supplementary filings received for 11 days. This represents the longest period without scope expansion since consulting operations began. 11 days without new designations. Valox felt a momentary surge of hope that maybe, possibly, Miller had finished identifying significant artifacts and the scope was finally stable. The communications console chimed. A transmission from Debris Field 9. Valox's hope died immediately. Fleet Command, this is Foreman Miller. The human's face appeared on the display. We've completed heritage assessment of the remaining sectors, transmitting Addendum 7 through Addendum 11 to the protected registry. 5 supplementary filings, Valox said. His carapace had gone completely rigid. Had to batch them together, Liquidator. The heritage assessment process takes time, and we wanted to make sure we'd done thorough evaluation before submitting. These represent the final comprehensive additions to the protected list. Miller's tone was apologetic. I know the timing isn't ideal given your budget discussions with Central Command. How many additional items? Miller pulled up his datapad. Addendum 7, 3.2 million structural components. Addendum 8, 4.8 million electronic assemblies. Addendum 9, 2.1 million mechanical subsystems. Addendum 10, 1.6 million material samples. Addendum 11, 5.3 million miscellaneous artifacts of transitional significance. Total, 17 million additional items requiring documentation. 17 million items, Valox said. The number was so large it had stopped registering as actual quantity and had become purely abstract. While I'm drafting abandonment analyses for Central Command. I understand the budget pressures, Liquidator, but heritage preservation isn't about economic convenience. These items represent significant cultural and historical value that deserves proper documentation regardless of financial constraints. Miller paused. And with our comprehensive consulting support, your teams should be able to process the additional items efficiently. Figure it adds about 300,000 years to your timeline, but at least you'll have complete heritage coverage. 300,000 years. Added to 1,180,000 years. 1,480,000 years total. Valox pulled up the cost projections. 63 million credits per day for 1,480,000 years. The sub-auditor calculated automatically, approximately 34 quadrillion credits. Are there any more heritage assessments planned after these 5 filings? These represent our complete evaluation of the debris field, Liquidator. 100% heritage assessment coverage. No further additions anticipated unless we discover previously unidentified material during the documentation process. Which meant Miller would keep adding items forever if it served his interests, but was claiming finality to make these 17 million items seem like the last addition rather than just the latest batch. Transmit the supplementary filings. We'll integrate them into the documentation schedule. The channel closed. Valox stood on the bridge, surrounded by cost projections measured in quadrillions and timelines measured in geological periods, staring at heritage designations that had just expanded the operation by another 300,000 years. Sub-Auditor, update the abandonment analysis with the new scope. What are the penalties now? With 17 million additional protected items, abandonment fines increased to approximately 2.4 billion credits, sir. Combined with environmental damage penalties and incomplete preservation obligations, total abandonment cost approximately 8.7 billion credits. 8.7 billion to abandon, 34 quadrillion to complete. The trap had expanded in both directions simultaneously. Valix drafted an updated message to Central Command. The report was 18 pages long and contained detailed analysis of every conceivable option. All of them resulted in catastrophic losses. The conclusion was a single sentence. Request confirmation that continued operations remain strategically necessary despite irrecoverable economic position. The response arrived 14 hours later. Confirmed. Continue operations. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Miller reviewed the financial pressure reports flowing through various channels from Hegemony financial networks. Central Command was bleeding. The Treasury allocation for this operation was straining their budget. But they were trapped by the same logic that trapped Valix. Abandonment cost more than continuation, even though continuation cost more than they could afford. Vance, Miller called across the workshop. They got the 5 supplementary filings. Vance looked up from his workstation. 17 million items all at once. Figured it was time to demonstrate that the heritage assessment is complete. Let them think this is the final expansion rather than just another phase. They're more likely to keep paying consulting fees if they believe the scope is finally stable. Miller took a sip of his coffee, and Central Command confirmed their continuing operations despite the updated costs. They're committed. The sunk cost fallacy has them locked in completely. Timeline now. 1.48 million years. 34 quadrillion projected cost. 8.7 billion to abandon. They literally cannot afford to quit or continue. But quitting costs more immediately, so they'll continue. Miller pulled up the consulting revenue reports. We've extracted $296 million in consulting fees over 73 days. At $8 million per day, that's about 4.3 quadrillion over the full timeline. And they have to pay it because their teams can't operate without our guidance. He turned back to his workbench. There was still work to do. After all, those 17 million newly identified artifacts had been sitting in the debris field for decades. Miller had just finally gotten around to designating them as culturally significant at exactly the right moment to maximize the trap's pressure. They came here to collect 3 billion from our junkyard, Miller said quietly. Now they're trapped in a 34 quadrillion credit operation they can't abandon because abandoning costs 9 billion. And they're paying us 8 million per day for the privilege of being trapped. Somewhere in the distance, 17 dreadnoughts maintained position around artifacts that would take over 1 million years to catalog. Their treasury bleeding at rates that exceeded entire planetary economies, and their commanding officer slowly suffocating under the weight of an impossible choice between catastrophic losses and even more catastrophic losses. The meter was still running, and there was no way to turn it off. Chapter 12. The Payment Failure. High Liquidator Valix was in the middle of reviewing the updated heritage documentation schedule when the lights on the bridge dimmed by approximately 40%. The change was subtle but unmistakable. A power reduction that shouldn't have been possible on a Hegemony dreadnought with triple redundant reactors and enough antimatter reserves to power a small moon. Engineering, Valix said, his mandibles clicking with immediate concern. Explain the power fluctuation. The engineering officer's response came through with unusual hesitation. Sir, we're experiencing an external utility service interruption. The main power distribution network has reduced our allocation. We have our own reactors, Valix said. We don't use external utilities. The reactors are functioning normally, sir, but the Hegemony Power Distribution Authority has implemented service limitations on our accounts due to outstanding payment issues. Valix felt something cold settle in all 3 of his stomachs. Outstanding payment issues? The billing system is flagging multiple unpaid invoices for antimatter fuel deliveries, barrier maintenance support services, and communications network access. Total outstanding balance, approximately 147 million credits. The Utility Authority has implemented graduated service reduction pending payment resolution. 147 million credits in unpaid bills. Valix pulled up the fleet's financial accounts and stared at the balance. 63,000 credits. Enough to buy approximately 4 minutes of barrier operation or 17 seconds of consulting services. Not enough to pay for anything that mattered. How did our accounts reach zero? Sir, the Hegemony Central Command has been transferring funds to cover operational expenses on a daily basis. However, the most recent transfer authorization was delayed due to Treasury processing complications. Our accounts have been operating in deficit status for approximately 72 hours. Central Command wasn't sending money because they didn't have money to send. The Treasury allocation for this operation had finally exceeded what the Hegemony could sustain, and the utility companies, having noticed that their invoices weren't being paid, had started reducing service. Sub-Auditor, what services are currently under reduction protocols? The AI's crystalline matrix pulsed with its usual mechanical precision. High Liquidator, the following services have been reduced or suspended. Primary power distribution, reduced to 60% capacity. Communications network access, restricted to emergency channels only. Fuel delivery services, suspended pending payment. And barrier maintenance support, scheduled for suspension in 48 hours if payment is not received. 48 hours before the barriers shut down, which would trigger immediate heritage protection violations and environmental damage penalties that would cost billions. Unless Valix could somehow convince suppliers to continue providing services to a fleet that couldn't pay its bills. Engineering, how long can we maintain current operations on internal reactor power only? At current consumption rates including barrier maintenance, approximately 11 days, sir. After that we would need to reduce barrier coverage or risk reactor fuel depletion. 11 days. Valix pulled up the communications channel to Central Command, hoping desperately that someone had noticed their accounts were empty and authorized an emergency transfer. The channel connected to an automated message. All non-emergency communications have been restricted due to account status. Please contact Hegemony Financial Services to resolve outstanding balances. Even Central Command had cut off his communication access for non-payment. Valix was stranded in space with a fleet of 17 dreadnoughts, cataloging a junkyard that would take over 1 million years to document, bleeding 63 million credits per day in operational costs, and he couldn't even call his superiors to request funding because the phone service had been disconnected. The irony was so perfect it achieved a kind of mathematical elegance. Navigation, transmit an emergency financial status report to Central Command through whatever channels are still available. Include our account balance, outstanding payables, and projected service suspension timeline. Mark it as urgent priority. The message was sent via the restricted emergency channel. The automated response came back immediately. Message received. Response time, 48 to 96 hours depending on Treasury processing capacity. 48 to 96 hours. The barriers would shut down before he even received a reply. The communications console chimed. A transmission from Debris Field 9. Of course it was from Debris Field 9. Miller's timing was, as always, impeccably terrible. Fleet Command, this is Foreman Miller. The human's face appeared on the display, his expression carrying professional concern. We're monitoring some unusual power fluctuations from your fleet. Everything okay over there? We're experiencing temporary service interruptions, Valok said carefully. Nothing that affects operational capacity. Temporary service interruptions that dim your bridge lights by 40%? Miller's tone was sympathetic. Liquidator, that looks like utility service reduction for non-payment. I've seen that before when salvage operators get overextended on their accounts. Valix's carapace went rigid. How do you know about utility service reduction protocols? Run a junkyard long enough, you learn about payment problems, Liquidator. Had our own power issues back when we were operating as a commercial salvage facility. Banks get real strict about payment timing when you're running thin on liquidity. Miller paused. Your barrier system's running on the same utility contracts? That's not relevant to our current situation. It's relevant if those barriers shut down in 48 hours because your accounts can't clear the maintenance fees, Liquidator. Environmental damage penalties for uncontrolled heritage site exposure would be substantial. Valix pulled up the barrier maintenance contract. There, in Subsection 23, service suspension protocols for non-payment, 48-hour grace period followed by graduated shutdown sequence. Miller had read the contract terms. or more likely had written similar terms into his own services. "We have funding authorization in process," Valox said. "The payment delays are temporary." "I'm sure they are, Liquidator. But temporary payment delays can cause permanent problems if they hit during critical service windows. Barrier maintenance doesn't pause just because your banks are processing paperwork." Miller pulled up something on his datapad. "If you need bridge financing to keep essential services running while you wait for central command, we might be able to help with that." "Bridge financing," Valox repeated. The trap was so obvious he could see it from orbit. "Short-term credit facility to cover immediate operational expenses. We've got liquid capital available from our consulting revenue. Could advance you funds to keep the utilities paid until your treasury transfer clears. Standard commercial rates, of course. Figure about 12% interest on short-term advances. 12% interest on money borrowed from the people being paid for consulting services, who were being paid from funds that Valox no longer had because the treasury couldn't afford to keep sending them. What would be the terms?" "Depends on how much you need, Liquidator. I'd estimate you've got about $150 million in immediate payables that need clearing to avoid service suspensions. We could advance that amount on a 7-day term at 12%. That's about $18 million in interest. But it keeps your barriers running and your utilities active while you sort out the banking issues. $150 million advanced at 12% interest for 7 days, which would cost $168 million to repay, assuming Central Command actually sent funding within 7 days. If they didn't, the loan would roll over at compounding rates that would spiral quickly. And if the treasury transfer doesn't clear within 7 days? Loan extends automatically with compounded interest until repaid. Standard commercial credit terms. We're not trying to exploit your situation, Liquidator, just offering liquidity support when you need it." Valox looked at his account balance, 63,000 credits. At his outstanding payables, 147 million credits. At the barrier shutdown timeline, 48 hours. At the environmental damage penalties that would trigger if those barriers went down, billions of credits. He couldn't afford to borrow money from Miller, but he couldn't afford not to. "I need to confirm authorization for credit facilities with Central Command." "Understood, Liquidator. Just keep in mind that service suspensions don't wait for authorization processes. If those barriers go down because you couldn't pay the maintenance fees, the penalties start accruing immediately." The channel closed. Valox drafted an emergency authorization request to Central Command through the restricted emergency channel. The message was marked with every priority flag available. Require immediate authorization for short-term credit facility to prevent service suspensions and environmental penalty cascade. Outstanding payables exceed available funds. Bridge financing necessary to maintain operational integrity. The automated response. Message received. Priority review initiated. Response time, 24 to 72 hours. 24 to 72 hours. The barriers would shut down in 48. Valox stood on the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity, watching his power levels hover at 60%, his communication access restricted to emergency channels, and his operational timeline counting down to a barrier shutdown that would trigger billions in penalties. All because the Treasury couldn't send money fast enough to keep the bills paid. 18 hours later, the fuel delivery service officially suspended operations. The scheduled antimatter tanker, which was supposed to arrive in 6 days, canceled its delivery contract citing account delinquency. Valox's reactor reserves, which had been projected to last 11 days, were now his total available fuel supply with no scheduled resupply. 24 hours after that, the Barrier Maintenance Authority transmitted a service suspension notice. Unless payment was received within 24 hours, the Class-A Kinetic Barriers protecting the heritage artifacts would begin graduated shutdown sequence. The notice included helpful calculations of the environmental damage penalties that would accrue, approximately 3.4 billion credits. Valox called Miller. "Foreman Miller, we need to discuss the bridge financing arrangement." Miller's face appeared on the display, his expression professionally neutral. "Of course, Liquidator. Have you received authorization from Central Command?" "I've received no response to my authorization requests. The barriers shut down in 24 hours if payment isn't received. I need immediate credit facility access." Understood, liquidator. We can structure the advance to cover your immediate payables and one additional fuel delivery to prevent operational interruption. Total advance, 184 million credits. Term, 7 days. Interest, 12%. Total repayment, 206 million credits. 206 million credits, which Valix didn't have, which Central Command probably couldn't send even if they authorized it, which would compound at 12% weekly if not repaid on schedule, and if Central Command doesn't authorize repayment within 7 days. The loan rolls over with compounded interest weekly until repaid or until collateral arrangements are established. We're not trying to foreclose on your operation, liquidator. We just need reasonable assurance of repayment. What collateral would be acceptable? Miller paused, as if considering the question carefully. Well, technically the only assets you control are your fleet vessels and the operational rights to the heritage site liquidation. We'd need collateral equivalent to the loan value plus reasonable risk premium. The fleet vessels. Miller was offering to lend Valix money secured by dreadnoughts worth billions to pay bills that Valix owed because he was trapped in an operation that Miller had designed. The layers of the trap were starting to blur together. I'll authorize the credit facility, Valix said. Transmit the contract terms. The loan agreement arrived within minutes. It was professionally formatted, legally precise, and absolutely predatory. 12% weekly interest compounding. Collateral rights to fleet vessels if repayment failed. Automatic rollover provisions that would keep extending the loan until either it was repaid or the collateral was seized. Valix signed it. What choice did he have? The money transferred immediately. 184 million credits flowed from Debris Field 9 accounts into the fleet's operational funds. Valix immediately authorized payments to the utility companies, the Barrier Maintenance Authority, and the Fuel Delivery Service. The service suspension notices canceled. The power returned to full capacity. The barriers continued their expensive protection of heritage artifacts, and Valix's operational costs increased by 206 million credits payable in 7 days. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Miller watched the loan contract execute and the money transfer complete. 184 million credits advanced to a fleet that couldn't pay its bills, secured by vessels worth billions, at interest rates that would compound into impossible repayment schedules. Vance, Miller called across the workshop. They took the bridge loan. Vance looked up from his workstation. At 12% weekly? They didn't have a choice. Barriers were shutting down in 24 hours. Environmental penalties would have been billions. They had to borrow or face immediate catastrophic costs. Miller took a sip of his coffee. And Central Command can't send them money because the Treasury's tapped out, which means this loan is going to roll over at compound interest until they can't afford to repay it at all. And then we foreclose on the collateral. They borrowed against their fleet to pay bills they incurred cataloging our junkyard. If they can't repay, we take legal possession of Hegemony dreadnoughts as loan collateral. Miller pulled up the foreclosure provisions in the contract. They came here to repossess our trash. We're going to repossess their fleet. He turned back to his workbench. There was still work to do. After all, the loan was just beginning to compound. And every week it remained unpaid, the interest would double. And every doubling made repayment more impossible. And every impossibility brought the foreclosure closer. They couldn't afford to pay their bills, Miller said quietly. So we loaned them money to pay us. And when they can't repay the loan, we'll take their ships. The debt collection fleet is about to become the collateral. Somewhere in the distance, 17 dreadnoughts operated on borrowed money, their power restored but their ownership increasingly questionable, their utilities paid but their debts compounding, and their commanding officers slowly realizing that the humans weren't just bleeding the Treasury anymore, they were positioning to seize the fleet itself. The meter was still running, but now it was secured by collateral worth more than the debt had ever been. Chapter 13. The Singular Deed. High Liquidator Valix had been trying to contact Hegemony Central Command for 6 days. The 7-day loan repayment deadline was approaching in approximately 12 hours, and he still hadn't received either the 206 million credits necessary to clear the debt or authorization to pursue Miller's alternative settlement proposal. The emergency summons finally arrived. Immediate travel to the Hegemony Central Command facility, aboard the auxiliary command vessel Fiscal Authority, currently stationed in high orbit around a gas giant 3 light hours from the heritage site. The summons specified that Valix was to attend in person for executive review of the debt settlement proposal. Valix made the 6-hour journey in a command shuttle, leaving his fleet under the sub-auditor's automated control. The Fiscal Authority was smaller than his flagship, but no less impressive, a floating headquarters for the Hegemony's financial operations. Its conference rooms designed specifically for the kind of uncomfortable meetings where careers ended and policies changed. The boardroom where they held the meeting was austere, formal, and currently occupied by 7 Hegemony financial executives who looked like they hadn't slept properly in weeks. Their carapaces showed stress molt patterns, their eye stalks drooped with exhaustion. These were people managing an empire's treasury during a crisis, and Valix's operation was one of many hemorrhaging wounds they were trying to contain. "Hi, Liquidator Valix," the senior executive said without preamble. "Explain why you believe transferring ownership of a Hegemony military vessel to a civilian junkyard operator represents an acceptable resolution to your financial difficulties." Valix stood at the presentation podium, acutely aware that his career was being evaluated alongside the settlement proposal. "Sir, the current situation is unsustainable. Outstanding loan, 206 million credits due in 12 hours. Weekly consulting fees, 8 million credits. Total daily operational burden, 63 million credits. The Treasury cannot sustain these outflows indefinitely. We're aware of the costs, Liquidator. We authorize them. Explain the settlement terms." Valix pulled up the proposal on the central display. Debris Field 9 has offered to accept transfer of ownership rights to the escort frigate Obligation as full settlement of all outstanding debts and permanent waiver of consulting fees. The vessel's assessed value, 48 million credits. One of the executives made a choking sound. "You're proposing to settle a 200 million credit obligation plus quadrillions in future fees with a single 48 million credit frigate?" "Yes, sir. The alternative is loan default with compounding weekly interest. Within 12 weeks, the debt would exceed the value of our entire fleet. Miller has collateral rights under the bridge loan agreement. This settlement converts his seizure rights into a negotiated transfer that eliminates ongoing costs." "And the vessel would remain under our operational control?" "Correct, sir. Legal ownership transfers to Debris Field 9, but Obligation continues deployment with my fleet for heritage site security. Physical custody transfers only upon our departure from the system, which current projections estimate at 1.5 million years. The executives looked at each other. Valix could see the calculations happening behind their exhausted expressions. The Treasury was broke. The operation was bleeding. Continuing meant hemorrhaging credits they didn't have. Settling meant giving away a warship for a fraction of what they owed. "1 frigate," the senior executive said slowly. "To settle everything?" "Everything, sir. Loan, consulting fees, all obligations to Debris Field 9. More silence, more calculations. Finally, the senior executive pulled up the authorization interface. "The Hegemony Treasury is functionally insolvent with respect to this operation. We cannot send 206 million credits. We cannot sustain 63 million per day in operational costs. If transferring 1 frigate eliminates both burdens." He paused. "Authorization granted. Transfer ownership of Obligation as proposed. Document everything. And Liquidator, make absolutely certain this is the last financial settlement you require." The meeting ended. Valix returned to his fleet with signed authorization documents and the hollow certainty that he'd just participated in one of the worst financial decisions in Hegemony history. The formal signing ceremony was scheduled for 6 hours later aboard the Ledger of Eternity. Miller arrived punctually, wearing his usual grease-stained coveralls, carrying his battered datapad, looking completely out of place in the pristine conference room. "Appreciate you making time for this, Liquidator," Miller said, settling into the chair across from Valix. "Transfer of military vessel ownership isn't something to rush." "The deadline is in 6 hours, Valix said. "Let's proceed." Miller pulled up the transfer documents on his datapad and began reading. Every clause, every provision, every subsection. He took notes. He asked clarifying questions. He treated the transfer of a 48 million credit warship with the methodical care of someone buying a used cargo hauler. "Just to confirm, Miller said after 40 minutes of review. "The vessel remains under your tactical command until you complete operations and depart Sol system?" "Correct. And we're not responsible for fuel, maintenance, or operational costs during that period?" "Correct." "Good." Miller picked up the signing stylus. Wouldn't want to inherit a frigate's fuel bills. He signed the first page, then the second. Each signature transferred a piece of hegemony military hardware to civilian ownership. Valak signed his portions. His legal officer applied the official seals. The registry updates transmitted to Central Command immediately. Obligation was now owned by a junkyard. "We'll send a crew over this afternoon to do the initial inspection," Miller said, gathering the signed contracts. "Standard procedure. Just want to document the vessel's condition and assess the non-essential components." "Non-essential components," Valak repeated carefully. "The gold plating, ornamental fixtures, decorative elements, those don't affect operational capability. We'll want to evaluate them for salvage potential." Miller stood up. "Don't worry, Liquidator. We won't interfere with your tactical deployments." The inspection crew arrived 3 hours later. 4 humans in patched EVA suits, piloting a tugboat that looked like it had been assembled from salvaged parts and held together with industrial welds and optimistic thinking. The tugboat was rust-colored, whether by design or corrosion was unclear, distinctly asymmetrical, and featured a flashing yellow hazard light that seemed absurdly out of place on anything approaching a military vessel. Valak watched through external feeds as the tugboat approached Obligation. A pristine hegemony frigate with elegant lines, sophisticated weapon systems, and gold-trimmed hull plating that marked it as a vessel of the Empire's elite fleet. The contrast was perfect. Elegant military engineering about to be inspected by a rust-bucket tugboat that looked like it should be the one being towed to a scrapyard. "Fleet Command, this is Debris Field 9 Assessment Team," one of the humans transmitted. "Requesting permission to dock with Obligation for ownership transfer inspection." "Permission granted," Valak said, because what else could he say? The tugboat attached docking clamps to Obligation's auxiliary port. Then, instead of boarding for inspection, the humans attached heavy towing cables to the frigate's structural hardpoints. "Fleet Command, we'll be conducting the detailed inspection at our facility. Obligation, we'll be back under your operational control within 48 hours. You're towing it?" Valak said. "Standard procedure for new asset acquisition, Fleet Command. We run comprehensive diagnostics at the yard." The human paused. "Also, we'll be removing non-essential decorative elements during transit. More efficient to process them at our facility than cluttering up your hangar bay with stripped plating." The tugboat's engines engaged with a grinding sound that suggested the vessel operated through sheer stubbornness rather than proper engineering. Heavy cables went taut, and slowly, inexorably, the rust-colored tugboat began towing the gold-plated frigate away from the fleet. "Sir," the tactical officer said, his voice hollow, "they're towing Obligation with that." "I'm aware," Valak said. As the tugboat hauled its improbable cargo toward Debris Field 9, human workers in EVA suits moved along Obligation's hull with cutting tools. They began removing the gold trim plating, the decorative elements that marked the vessel as hegemony military property. Panel by panel, the gold came off, loaded onto external cargo frames attached to the tugboat. The transformation was visible even from a distance, the pristine, gold-adorned frigate becoming a functional but unadorned military vessel, stripped of its expensive cosmetic identity, while being towed by a rust bucket that looked like it had been salvaged from the same junkyard that now owned the frigate. The visual was so perfect it transcended irony and achieved something closer to financial poetry. "They're stripping the gold plating," the tactical officer reported unnecessarily. "During the tow." "I can see that," Valak said. "Should we do something?" "They own the ship. They own the plating. They can do whatever they want with it." The tugboat, listing slightly to port under the weight of stripped gold panels, disappeared into the debris field with Obligation in tow. Valak watched the feed until they were out of visual range. Then he pulled up his account status. Loan balance cleared to 0, consulting fees showing waived, perpetual across all future projections. 1 frigate. Obligation gone. stripped of its gold trim by salvage workers during a tow performed by a tugboat that shouldn't have been capable of moving anything larger than a cargo container. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Miller watched Obligation dock in the main salvage bay, guided by the tugboat's careful maneuvering. The frigate was still beautiful despite losing its gold trim, elegant lines, sophisticated systems, weapons worth more than most commercial vessels. "Vance," Miller called across the workshop, "we've got the frigate." Vance looked up from his workstation. "They actually let you tow it with the rust bucket?" "Didn't have a choice. We own it." Miller watched his crew begin detailed evaluation of Obligation's systems. "And we've got about 4 tons of gold plating to process. That'll cover our operating costs for a few months. What happens when Valox realizes he still can't afford the remaining operational expenses? Then we negotiate another settlement. Maybe the flagship next time." Miller took a sip of his coffee. "They signed over a warship to settle debts they incurred trying to collect from us. And we stripped the gold plating during the tow. The debt collection fleet is becoming our salvage inventory, one ship at a time." He turned back to his workbench. Obligation sat in the salvage bay, docked beside the 1999 Ford F-150 that had started this entire cascade. Both were now officially part of the Heritage Collection. One a protected cultural artifact, the other collateral seized to pay for protecting it. "They came here to repossess our trash," Miller said quietly. "We repossessed their frigate and stripped it for parts on the way home." Somewhere in the distance, 16 remaining hegemony vessels maintained position around a junkyard that now owned one of their escort ships, their registry showing one fewer military asset, their commanding officer staring at financial projections that showed $55 million per day in costs they still couldn't afford. The singular deed was signed, the singular frigate was stripped, and the meter was still running on what remained. Chapter 14. The Environmental Trap. High Liquidator Valox had been reviewing fleet optimization proposals for 4 days before requesting another emergency meeting with Hegemony Central Command. The daily operational costs of 55 million credits were unsustainable, and he believed he'd found a legitimate way to reduce expenses that didn't involve transferring more assets to Miller. The meeting was scheduled at the Central Command facility aboard Fiscal Authority. Valox made the 6-hour shuttle journey with a carefully prepared presentation on fleet downsizing. The same boardroom, the same 7 exhausted executives, the same atmosphere of financial desperation. "High Liquidator Valox," the senior executive said without preamble, "you've requested authorization for operational restructuring. Explain." Valox pulled up his analysis on the central display. "Sirs, we currently have 16 vessels deployed for heritage site security. This force level is excessive for actual operational requirements. I propose withdrawing 8 vessels to standby positions outside the heritage zone. This would reduce fuel consumption, barrier support costs, and personnel overhead by approximately 14 million credits per day." One of the executives leaned forward. 14 million daily. That's actually substantial savings. "Yes, sir. Over extended operations, the cumulative reduction would significantly ease Treasury pressure. 8 vessels would relocate to the edge of the Sol system, maintaining ready status for emergency recall if needed." "And security coverage?" "The remaining 8 vessels provide adequate protection for heritage site operations. The withdrawn ships represent operational surplus we've been maintaining at unnecessary cost." The executives conferred quietly. Valox watched their mandibles click in discussion. For the first time in months, he'd proposed something that actually reduced costs instead of increasing them. "Authorization granted," the senior executive said finally. "Withdraw 8 vessels as proposed. Document the departure thoroughly for operational records. And Liquidator, if this actually saves 14 million per day, find more optimizations like it." Valox returned to his fleet with signed authorization. The withdrawal orders were prepared immediately. 8 vessels would relocate to holding positions, reducing daily costs from 55 million to approximately 41 million credits. It was the first financially positive decision he'd made since arriving at this cursed junkyard. The departure was scheduled for 24 hours later. 18 hours before scheduled withdrawal, Valox's engineering officer requested an urgent meeting. "Sir, the engineer said, his carapace showing signs of stress. We've completed the standard pre-departure environmental assessment for the withdrawing vessels. There's a complication. What kind of complication? The engineer pulled up sensor data on the main display. During our months of operation in the heritage zone, our engines have been generating normal operational emissions, exhaust particles, waste heat radiation, fuel residue. Under typical circumstances, these disperse harmlessly into space. But our environmental sensors are detecting accumulation patterns. Valix looked at the data. The sensors showed clouds of particulate matter, thermal signatures, and trace radiation surrounding each vessel's operational position. That's standard engine operation. What's the complication? Sir, we're operating in a designated Tier 1 heritage site. Under Subsection 404, any materials introduced into protected zones are classified as environmental contamination requiring remediation before departure. The engineering assessment confirms we've generated measurable emissions. If we attempt departure without addressing those emissions, we'd be abandoning environmental contamination in a heritage zone. Valix finished. His stomach went cold. Yes, sir. The regulations are explicit. Operational entities must remediate environmental impacts before withdrawing from protected areas. How much remediation are we talking about? Sir, the emissions have been dispersing for over 90 days. Collection would be mathematically impractical. We'd need to authorize environmental remediation fees instead. I don't have cost estimates, but given Subsection 404 penalty structures, the fees would likely be substantial. Valix stared at the environmental data. Months of routine engine operation that had created an invisible trap. His own emissions had become the bars of a regulatory prison. Delay the departure. I need to contact Debris Field 9. 12 hours before scheduled withdrawal, the communications console chimed. Miller's face appeared on the display before Valix could even initiate the call. Fleet Command, this is Foreman Miller. We've been conducting environmental monitoring of the heritage zone as required by Subsection 404. Our sensors have detected some concerning contamination patterns around your vessel positions. We're aware of the emissions, Valix said carefully. Our engineering team is assessing remediation options. Glad to hear it, Liquidator. Environmental protection in heritage sites is serious business. Miller consulted his datapad. We've been doing our own assessment using our monitoring equipment. Want to share the data with your team? 4 hours later, a human crew arrived in a patched cargo shuttle that looked like it had been assembled from salvaged parts. They carried what appeared to be handheld pollution scanners, boxy, industrial devices covered in calibration stickers and warning labels. The equipment looked ancient compared to Hegemony sensor technology. Valix watched through external feeds as the human technicians maneuvered around the Ledger of Eternity's exhaust vents. The vents were elegantly designed, gold-plated, and engineered to minimize thermal signatures. The humans' pollution scanners were blocky, clearly mechanical, and featured analog readout displays. The visual contrast was perfect, sophisticated Hegemony engineering being evaluated by what looked like equipment salvaged from an industrial warehouse. Fleet Command, this is Assessment Team, one of the humans transmitted. We're detecting significant particulate accumulation around your primary exhaust systems, reading elevated levels of carbon residue, trace radiation, and heavy metal particles. Concentrations are consistent with months of continuous operation in a zero dispersion environment. Zero dispersion, Valix said. The heritage zone's containment barriers create localized atmospheric retention, sir. Your emissions aren't dispersing like they would in open space. They're accumulating in the protected area. That's why the contamination levels are higher than you'd typically expect. Valix pulled up the barrier specifications. The Class-A Kinetic Barriers he'd been paying $41 million per day to maintain weren't just protecting the artifacts. They were trapping his own emissions in the same space. How much contamination are we discussing? The human checked his scanner. Fleet-wide, we're seeing concentrations that would require substantial remediation under heritage protection standards. We'll transmit detailed reports to your engineering team. The assessment shuttle departed. 1 hour later, Miller called again. Liquidator, we've reviewed the contamination data. I need to be direct with you. The emissions levels trigger mandatory environmental remediation requirements under Subsection 404. You can't legally depart the heritage zone without addressing the contamination. What would remediation entail? Given the dispersal patterns and concentration levels, physical collection isn't feasible. You'd need to authorize environmental remediation fees to cover the cleanup costs. The regulations calculate fees based on contamination volume and toxicity classifications. And the cost would be? Miller paused as if reluctant to deliver bad news. Liquidator, we're talking about months of accumulated emissions from 16 vessels. The remediation fees would likely run into the billions of credits, possibly tens of billions depending on final contamination assessments. Billions, Valak said. His voice was hollow. The alternative is abandoning contaminated materials in a Tier 1 heritage site. That triggers criminal environmental negligence charges under Subsection 404, plus abandonment penalties calculated as percentage of the contamination remediation costs. The hegemony would face legal sanctions. Valak looked at the departure timeline. 8 vessels scheduled to withdraw in 12 hours. Environmental remediation fees estimated in the billions. Abandonment if they left without paying. Criminal charges if they tried to ignore the regulations. What if we just stay? Then the emissions continue accumulating, Liquidator. Every day of operations adds to the contamination. When you eventually complete cataloging and try to depart, the remediation requirements will cover the entire operational period. Years of accumulated emissions, which meant the exit costs were growing every single day. The longer he stayed, the more expensive it became to leave, but leaving now would cost billions they didn't have. Cancel the vessel withdrawal, Valak said. All ships maintain current positions. Probably wise, sir. Triggering remediation fees right now would create serious budgetary complications. The channel closed. Valak stood on his bridge, surrounded by environmental data showing clouds of his own exhaust surrounding every vessel, trapped by the same barriers he was paying millions daily to maintain. Sub-auditor, calculate projected environmental remediation fees for complete fleet departure after 1 million years of operations. The AI processed the grim arithmetic. High Liquidator, extrapolating current accumulation rates over 1 million years of continuous operation. Estimated contamination volume would require remediation fees exceeding the total economic output of multiple hegemony core worlds. The exact figure is economically meaningless, sir. Economically meaningless. The exit fee had become so large it couldn't be calculated in terms that related to actual financial reality. And if we attempt departure now without paying remediation fees? Abandonment penalties under Subsection 404 would be approximately 40% of remediation costs, plus criminal prosecution for environmental negligence. The hegemony government would face legal sanctions that could compromise interstellar treaty status. They couldn't leave. They couldn't afford to leave. And every day they stayed made, leaving more expensive. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Miller reviewed the environmental monitoring data with satisfaction. The pollution scanners had done their job perfectly, documenting emissions that were technically contamination under heritage protection regulations, confirming accumulation patterns that made remediation legally mandatory. Vance, Miller called across the workshop. They canceled the withdrawal. Vance looked up from his workstation. Environmental remediation fees? Estimated in the billions. They realized leaving would cost more than their entire remaining budget. So now they're trapped by their own exhaust particles. Miller took a sip of his coffee. And every day they stay, the exit costs increase. The barriers we're making them maintain are trapping their emissions in the heritage zone. They're literally building their own prison. Can they ever afford to leave? Eventually? No. The exit fees will exceed any amount they could pay, which means they either abandon operations and face criminal charges, or they stay indefinitely because leaving costs more than staying. Miller pulled up the next phase. Either way, we've locked them in. The heritage site became a financial roach motel. Ships check in, but they can't check out. He turned back to his workbench. There was still work to do. After all, those emissions needed continuous monitoring for the eventual remediation bill. And the heritage site environmental standards required meticulous documentation of every particle. They came here to collect a debt, Miller said quietly. Now they can't leave without paying us billions for contaminating our junkyard with their exhaust. The debt collection became a prison with environmental bars they built themselves. Somewhere in the distance, 16 dreadnoughts maintained position around a junkyard, their engines generating emissions they couldn't remediate, their departure impossible without fees they couldn't pay, trapped by regulations they'd triggered and barriers they were paying to maintain. The meter was still running, and the exit fee was compounding toward infinity. Chapter 15. The Confrontation. High Liquidator Valix's account balance had dropped below 100,000 credits when he made the decision. He couldn't contact Central Command. They'd stopped responding days ago. He couldn't pay his operational costs. The fuel deliveries had been suspended for non-payment. He couldn't leave. The environmental remediation fees made departure impossible. But he could get answers. Valix left the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity and took a command shuttle directly to Debris Field 9. He didn't schedule the visit. He didn't request permission. He just went. The junkyard's docking bay was exactly what he'd expected. Industrial, grimy, and filled with equipment that looked like it had been salvaged from 3 different centuries. A human worker in patched coveralls directed him to Miller's office, a workshop bay that appeared to double as administrative space, mechanical repair facility, and break room. Miller was at a workbench, welding something that might have been part of a ship or might have been abstract art. He looked up when Valix entered, set down his torch, and pulled off his safety goggles. "Liquidator," Miller said with his characteristic drawl. "Wasn't expecting a personal visit. Coffee?" "I want answers," Valix said. His voice had no diplomatic cushioning left. 4 months, 4.8 billion credits. My fleet is insolvent. Central Command has stopped responding. And you, he gestured at the workshop. You're welding scrap metal like nothing happened. Miller set down his tools and walked over to a battered desk covered in data pads, coffee cups, and what appeared to be parts of a carburetor. Figured you'd come eventually. Have a seat. I don't want to sit. I want to know how an operation that should have cost 400 million consumed nearly 5 billion. I want to know how a broke junkyard operator systematically exploited every regulation to bankrupt a hegemony fleet. I want to know what I missed. Miller pulled up a chair and sat down, gesturing to another seat across from him. You missed a lot, Liquidator, starting with the original debt filing. You read that, right? I read the executive summary. 3 billion credit debt, insufficient assets, recommended liquidation procedures. Right, the summary. Miller pulled up a data pad from his desk and scrolled through documents. Did you read the full filing? All 47 pages? I reviewed the relevant sections. Page 12, subsection 17. Did you read that part? Miller found the document and turned the data pad toward Valix. Read it now. Valix looked at the screen. The text was clinical, precise, and devastating. Debtor entity maintains operational solvency across distributed financial systems, with aggregate reserves exceeding 200 trillion credits. Current debt obligations represent 0.15% of total economic capacity. 200 trillion, Valix said slowly. Earth's GDP is about 87 trillion credits annually. We've got 16 major orbital manufacturing complexes pumping out another 43 trillion in industrial output. Our financial reserves exceed 200 trillion across distributed banking systems. Miller took a sip from a coffee mug that said, Universe's OK est welder. We could have paid that 3 billion credit debt with rounding errors from our shipping taxes, Liquidator. Then why did we default? Miller leaned back in his chair. Because we wanted you to come here. We needed you to come here. The default wasn't a failure. It was bait. Valix felt his stomachs go cold. Miller pulled up another document on his data pad. A timeline showing dates, designations, and fee structures, all dated months before Valix's fleet had arrived. See, Earth had a problem. We'd been running heritage site operations for 40 years, cataloging old industrial artifacts that had cultural significance but zero commercial value. Cost us about 30 million credits annually. Pure expense, no revenue. A money pit we couldn't figure out how to monetize. Miller scrolled through the timeline. So our financial analysts started looking at alternative revenue models. And they found something interesting. Hegemony debt collection protocols. You studied our financial laws. For 18 months, your debt collection procedures, heritage protection statutes, environmental regulations, procurement protocols. We identified every regulatory pressure point where costs could escalate if we structured conditions correctly. Miller pulled up another screen showing the complete trap architecture. And then we built the perfect exploit. The screen showed designation phases, consulting fee structures, environmental trigger points, all choreographed before Valix had even received his mission orders. Every heritage designation was planned, Valix asked. Every single one. We knew which artifacts we'd designate and when to maximize cost pressure. We knew how to structure consulting fees to create dependency. We knew your barriers would trap your emissions, and we knew remediation requirements would trap your fleet. Miller set down the data pad. We didn't improvise any of this, Liquidator. We engineered it, tested it, refined it, and then we triggered your debt collection protocols by defaulting on a debt we didn't need to pay. The $3 billion was bait. The $3 billion was the best investment Earth ever made. We triggered a debt collection operation that would cost you billions to execute. We positioned a heritage site to extract consulting fees, asset transfers, and environmental obligations that would continue generating revenue indefinitely, and we did it all legally, using your own regulations, with your authorization for every transaction. Miller pulled up financial projections showing consulting revenue over the operational timeline. The numbers were measured in quadrillions. We're extracting about $296 million in consulting fees after 117 days. That's roughly $1.4 billion annually. Over your million-year operational timeline, that's 1.4 quadrillion credits extracted from hegemony accounts. Miller smiled slightly. The $3 billion credit bait is going to generate quadrillions in revenue. And you authorized every payment. Valix stared at the projections. The trap had been perfect. Absolutely perfect. Every escalation he'd thought was reactive had been planned. Every fee he'd thought was opportunistic had been designed. Every regulatory complication had been deliberately constructed. You were fishing, Valix said quietly. We were fishing. The $3 billion credit debt was the bait. Your fleet, expensive, gold-plated, operated by people who'd never encountered regulatory warfare, was the catch. Miller stood up and walked back to his workbench. We had a heritage site that cost us money. You had a debt collection fleet with a massive operational budget. We built a trap that would transfer your budget to our operations while bleeding you dry through regulatory attrition. To what end? You've extracted $5 billion from us. That exceeds the fake debt. The end is solving our problem, Liquidator. We don't just extract $5 billion and stop. We extract consulting fees forever. We acquire your assets as collateral. We generate environmental obligations that trap your fleet in perpetuity. The heritage site stops being a cost center and becomes a profit center funded by your government's attempt to collect a debt we never needed to pay. Miller picked up his welding torch and examined the piece he'd been working on. You came here to repossess our trash to cover a $3 billion credit debt. We repossessed your fleet to fund our heritage operations forever. And we did it legally, thoroughly, with 18 months of planning and your signature on every document. Valix looked around the workshop, at the salvaged equipment, the patched-together workstations, the industrial grime covering everything. This was where the trap had been built, not in a sophisticated financial center or a military planning facility. In a junkyard workshop where a welder with a battered datapad had systematically dismantled a $5 billion credit operation. Why tell me this now? Valix asked. Because your accounts are empty, because Central Command stopped funding you days ago, because you need to understand what actually happened here, so you can make informed decisions about what comes next. Miller set down his torch. You're stuck, Liquidator. Can't afford to stay. Can't afford to leave. Environmental obligations make departure impossible. Consulting fees make operations unsustainable. Asset transfers make your fleet legally compromised. And you have a solution. I have an offer, not a good offer. Not an offer that benefits you, but an offer that's better than sitting in the dark until your life support fails. Miller pulled up another document. Tomorrow I'll present formal terms. Fleet transfer as full settlement of all debts, consulting fees, and environmental obligations. We assume operational costs going forward. Your personnel get transported home at our expense. clean closure instead of abandonment and criminal charges. You want me to give you the fleet. I want you to acknowledge the financial reality that we already own it. Every ship is collateral for debts you can't repay. Every vessel is accumulating obligations you can't remediate. You're not giving me the fleet. You're signing paperwork that formalizes what's already true. Miller's expression remained sympathetic. The alternative is abandonment charges, criminal environmental prosecution, and a fleet sitting dark while your government figures out which catastrophe costs more. Valax looked at the timeline still displayed on Miller's datapad. 18 months of planning to trap a fleet that had thought it was hunting easy prey. We were never the predator, Valax said. You were the catch. From the moment we defaulted on that debt, from the moment your fleet jumped into this system, you were already ours. You just didn't know it yet. Miller picked up his welding goggles. Consider the offer overnight, liquidator. Tomorrow we'll discuss terms, but understand, the trap already closed. We're just negotiating how you acknowledge it. Valax left Miller's office and returned to his shuttle in silence. The workshop behind him continued its normal operations. Welding, salvage work, the mundane business of a junkyard that had just extracted 5 billion credits from a galactic superpower through bureaucratic attrition. The shuttle journey back to the Ledger of Eternity took 20 minutes. Valax spent them staring at the debt filing on his datapad, at Subsection 17 that he'd never read, at the disclosure that had been there from the beginning. Debtor entity maintains operational solvency with aggregate reserves exceeding 200 trillion credits. They'd told him Earth was solvent. He'd been so focused on the 3 billion credit bait that he'd never questioned why it was being offered. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Miller returned to his welding project. The confrontation had gone exactly as expected. Valax had demanded answers. Miller had provided them. Tomorrow they'd discuss the fleet transfer. The day after that, 17 hegemony dreadnoughts would belong to a junkyard operator who'd turned debt collection into the most profitable scam in Earth's history. Vance, Miller called across the workshop. He came to the office. Vance looked up from his console. How'd he take it? Like someone realizing they walked into a trap that had been set 18 months before they knew the mission existed. Quiet, defeated, calculating which version of losing is least catastrophic. Miller resumed welding. Tomorrow we make the formal offer. He'll accept because the alternative is worse. And then we own their fleet legally, completely, with signed documentation authorizing the transfer. The 3 billion bait caught a 5 billion fleet. Better than that. The 3 billion bait is going to fund our operations forever using their assets, their government's attempt to save face, and environmental obligations as permanent leverage. Miller examined his weld. We built the trap in this workshop, and they authorized every step of walking into it. Somewhere in the distance, Valax sat aboard a flagship with empty accounts, finally understanding that the junkyard had never needed protection. It had needed profitability, and the hegemony debt collection fleet had been the solution to that problem all along. The bait was revealed, the catch was confronted, and tomorrow, Miller would present the terms of surrender. Chapter 16. The Final Invoice. High Liquidator Valax sat on the bridge of the Ledger of Eternity in darkness. Not the emergency lighting from days ago, complete darkness. The last of the operational funds had been exhausted 16 hours ago. Life support was running on battery reserves that would last approximately 48 more hours. After that, the flagship would become a tomb. Central Command hadn't responded to his final transmission. The fleet's personnel were confined to their quarters to conserve oxygen. Valax sat alone on the bridge, staring at empty displays, waiting for whatever came next. The communications console chimed, a proximity alert. Something was approaching the flagship. Valax pulled up the external feeds on battery power. A vessel was maneuvering toward the Ledger of Eternity's docking port. Not a sleek shuttle or an official transport. A massive industrial salvage rig that looked like it had been welded together from the remains of 3 different ships. Asymmetrical, rust-colored, with a flashing yellow hazard light that seemed absurdly out of place. Miller's tow truck. The docking clamps engaged with a heavy thunk that echoed through the silent flagship. 15 minutes later, Miller appeared on the bridge, carrying a battered briefcase and what appeared to be a portable power generator. He set up the generator, connected it to the bridge systems, and the lights flickered back to minimal operational levels. "Liquidator," Miller said, settling into the chair across from Valex's command station. "Appreciate you making time for this meeting." "I don't appear to have other commitments," Valox said. His voice was hollow. "No, I suppose not." Miller opened his briefcase and pulled out a stack of physical documents. "I'm here to present the formal settlement offer. Transfer of fleet assets as full resolution of outstanding debts and obligations. I reviewed the terms overnight. My government won't authorize the transfer. With respect, Liquidator, your government stopped responding to your transmissions 4 days ago. They've abandoned this operation, which means you're the senior authority on site with legal authority to execute emergency operational decisions." Miller pulled out the first document. "And this qualifies as an emergency." Valox looked at the paperwork. Official hegemony emergency protocols did grant field commanders broad authority when communication with Central Command was severed. Technically, he could authorize the transfer. "Walk me through the terms," Valox said. Miller pulled up a tablet displaying the consolidated financial summary. Total accumulated obligations: consulting fees of 296 million credits, bridge loan repayment of 206 million credits, environmental remediation requirements estimated at approximately 4 billion credits, abandonment penalties of 800 million credits, and miscellaneous operational debts of 147 million. Total: approximately 5.4 billion credits in obligations you cannot pay. And your offer? We purchase the fleet. Full transfer of ownership for all 17 vessels, 16 dreadnoughts plus the frigate obligation, currently in our possession. Purchase price: 3 billion credits. Valox stared at the number. 3 billion. The exact amount of the debt that triggered this operation. Seemed appropriate. Miller pulled up the payment structure. The 3 billion purchase price is applied directly to settle the original Sol system debt. The debt is canceled. The hegemony recovers the original loan amount through asset liquidation. And we acquire 17 military vessels through a legitimate purchase transaction. We owe you 5.4 billion. You're offering 3 billion. I'm offering to settle everything for 3 billion. The consulting fees, the environmental obligations, the abandonment penalties, all waived as part of the purchase agreement. You transfer the fleet. We forgive everything else. Clean closure. Miller slid the contract across to Valox. The alternative is we start filing legal claims for the 5.4 billion you can't pay, your personnel run out of life support in 2 days, and your government faces criminal charges for abandoning contaminated vessels in a heritage site. Valox pulled up the contract on his personal datapad. It was 43 pages of legal terminology, but the core structure was simple. Debris Field 9 purchases the fleet for 3 billion credits. All outstanding debts forgiven. Personnel transported home at purchaser's expense. Clean transfer with no criminal charges. You spent 18 months planning this operation to acquire a fleet worth approximately 7 billion credits for 3 billion, Valox said. I spent 18 months planning this operation to solve our heritage site budget deficit by acquiring a self-funding military fleet. The purchase price is incidental. Miller pulled out a second set of documents. These are the personnel transfer authorizations. Every member of your crew gets transport home aboard commercial vessels we've chartered. Departures begin within 48 hours. No one gets left behind. Very generous. It's good business, Liquidator. Abandoned personnel create complications. Clean repatriation means clean asset transfer. Miller pulled out the final document, a single-page settlement summary. This is what you'll sign. Transfer of fleet ownership, debt settlement, personnel repatriation, and mutual release of all claims. Standard repossession paperwork. I'm sure you know the drill. Valox looked at the signature line. His career would end with this document. 4 months of catastrophic failures, billions in losses, and now signing over an entire fleet to settle debts accumulated trying to collect a debt that had never needed collecting. What happens to the fleet after transfer? Valox asked. We integrate it into our operations. Some vessels get assigned to heritage site security. Some get leased to commercial operators. Some get stripped for components we need for other projects. Miller paused. The gold plating comes off, obviously. No sense maintaining expensive cosmetics on working vessels. You're going to strip 17 hegemony dreadnoughts for parts. We're going to use 17 dreadnoughts as revenue-generating assets instead of expense-generating decorations. There's a difference. Miller stood up. I need your signature on the transfer documents, Liquidator. After that, we'll begin personnel evacuation and formal asset integration. The whole process takes about 72 hours. Valix pulled up his authorization codes. Emergency Operational Authority. Confirmed. He could sign this. Legally, officially, with full authority. If I refuse, then you sit here in the dark until life support fails. Your government faces criminal prosecution for environmental abandonment, and we file legal claims against hegemony assets across multiple jurisdictions to recover the $5.4 billion you owe us. Eventually we get the fleet anyway through court-ordered seizure, but your personnel don't get clean repatriation, and your career ends with criminal negligence charges instead of just operational failure. Valix looked at the signature line again. Miller was correct. The fleet was already lost. This was just choosing which paperwork formalized that reality. I need a functioning terminal to process the authorization. Miller gestured to his portable generator. I brought enough power for the signing. Take your time. Valix accessed the command authorization system. Emergency transfer protocols loaded slowly on battery-supplemented power. The forms were standard. Emergency asset liquidation under crisis conditions. He'd never imagined using them to sign over an entire fleet to a junkyard operator. The signature process took 20 minutes. Each vessel required individual transfer authorization. Each document required his command codes. By the time he finished, 17 hegemony military vessels legally belonged to Debris Field 9. Miller collected the signed documents, scanned them into his tablet for immediate registry filing, and packed the physical copies into his briefcase. Appreciate your professionalism, Liquidator. I know this wasn't the outcome you expected when you arrived here. Miller stood and extended his hand in the human gesture of agreement. The evacuation shuttles will start arriving in about 6 hours. Your personnel will be off the ships within 2 days. You'll be assigned to the first departure group as senior officer. Valix didn't take the offered hand. You built this trap specifically to extract maximum value from people who didn't know they were being attacked. I built this trap to solve a budget problem. You were the solution. Nothing personal. Miller lowered his hand. The fleet transfers officially in 1 hour when the registry updates process. After that, these vessels belong to us and your authority terminates. I'd recommend using the remaining time to inform your officers about the evacuation timeline. Miller left the bridge. The portable generator remained, providing minimal power for communications and life support. Valix sat in the dim light, staring at the signed transfer documents on his screen. 4 months ago, he'd arrived at this system with a fleet of 17 vessels, authorization to liquidate assets, and the expectation of a routine debt collection operation. Now he was signing over that fleet to settle debts accumulated trying to collect a debt that had been bait for a trap built specifically to catch him. The communications console chimed. External activity detected. Valix pulled up the feeds. Miller's salvage rig had detached from the Ledger of Eternity and was maneuvering toward the next vessel in the formation, Fiscal Authority, the auxiliary command ship. Heavy towing cables extended from the rig's external hardpoints. The repossession was beginning. Over the following 6 hours, Valix watched through external feeds as Miller's crew systematically evaluated each vessel in the fleet. They documented systems, cataloged equipment, and began the process of integrating the assets into operational inventory, which apparently meant stripping away the decorative elements that marked them as hegemony military property. The gold plating came off first. Crews with cutting tools removed the ornamental hull trim, the brass fixtures, the elegant detailing that had marked these vessels as representatives of galactic power. What remained were functional military ships stripped of their expensive aesthetics. The first evacuation shuttle arrived 7 hours after the signing. Human commercial transport, battered but functional, with passenger capacity for approximately 200 personnel. Valix's officers and crew filed aboard with whatever personal possessions they could carry. Liquidator Valix, the shuttle pilot said as Valix approached. You're manifested for departure at 0900 tomorrow. First officer group per the repatriation agreement. Valix boarded the shuttle and found a seat near the back. Through the viewport he could see the Ledger of Eternity, his flagship for 4 months, now legally owned by a junkyard operator who'd used debt collection as a revenue model. Miller's salvage rig was approaching the flagship with towing cables extended. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Miller reviewed the fleet integration schedule with satisfaction. 17 vessels transferred. $3 billion credit purchase price applied to original debt settlement. $5.4 billion in obligations forgiven. Personnel evacuations proceeding on schedule. Vance, Miller called across the workshop. The transfers are complete. Vance looked up from his console. All 17 vessels? Signed, filed, and legally ours. Personnel evacuations finish in 48 hours. After that, we own a 17-ship military fleet purchased for the exact price of the debt we triggered to lure them here. Miller took a sip of his coffee. The $3 billion credit bait caught a $7 billion credit fleet, and they signed the paperwork authorizing the transfer. What happens to the ships? We strip the gold plating and integrate them into commercial operations. Some get leased to security contractors. Some get used for heritage site protection. Some get broken down for components. Miller pulled up the fleet roster. The debt collection fleet becomes a revenue-generating asset portfolio, and Earth's heritage site operations are now fully self-funding using the military vessels of the civilization that came here to liquidate our trash. He turned back to his workbench. Outside, the salvage rig approached, the Ledger of Eternity, with towing cables ready. The flagship would be brought into the junkyard for evaluation and integration. The pristine, gold-plated symbol of hegemony authority was about to be towed by a rust-bucket tugboat to a junkyard where it would be stripped, assessed, and converted into a working vessel without the expensive cosmetics. They came here to repossess our trash, Miller said quietly. We repossessed their fleet, with signed paperwork and a $3 billion credit purchase price that exactly canceled the debt we triggered. The most profitable scam in Earth's history, and it was completely legal. Somewhere in the distance, Valix sat in an evacuation shuttle, watching through a viewport as his former flagship disappeared into a debris field, towed by a salvage rig that looked like it had been built from the junk he'd come to liquidate. The repossession was complete. The invoice was paid, and the debt collection fleet belonged to the junkyard. Chapter 17, The Centerpiece. The first evacuation shuttle arrived 12 hours after Valix signed the transfer documents. It wasn't a military transport or a diplomatic vessel. It was a cramped commercial economy-class passenger hauler that looked like it had been retired from service twice and brought back both times because nobody wanted to properly decommission it. Attention hegemony personnel, the automated announcement played across the fleet's communication channels. Commercial transport, Budget Express, is now boarding for return transit to hegemony territories. Passenger manifest Alpha through Gamma. Report to Docking Bay 3. Personal baggage allowance. 1 container, maximum 15 kilograms. Additional baggage incurs surcharge fees. High Liquidator Valix stood in the docking bay of the Ledger of Eternity, watching his officers file toward the transport with whatever possessions they could carry in regulation containers. The shuttle's interior was visible through the docking port. Rows of narrow seats packed close together, minimal legroom, overhead storage already overflowing. Sir, one of his junior officers said quietly, the transport is not what we're accustomed to. It's what we can afford, Valix said. Miller is covering repatriation costs. Economy class is what he's paying for. The officer looked at the cramped seating. How long is the journey? Approximately 6 days to the nearest hegemony port, with 2 layover transfers. Valix picked up his single authorized container. Consider it educational. This is how commercial debt recovery personnel travel. We're experiencing the operational reality of the system we represent. The boarding process took 3 hours. Hegemony personnel, officers who'd commanded billion credit operations, squeezed into economy seating designed for commercial passengers. The transport's environmental systems struggled audibly to accommodate the unexpected load. Valix boarded last. He found his assigned seat in the rear section, wedged between a bulkhead and another officer. The viewport beside him showed the Ledger of Eternity's exterior, his former flagship, now legally owned by a junkyard operator. Through the viewport, he could see human workers in patched EVA suits approaching the flagship with cutting equipment. "What are they doing?" the officer beside him asked. Valix watched as the workers began removing sections of gold plating from the flagship's hull, salvaging valuable components, the gold trim, the brass fixtures, standard asset processing. "They're stripping the flagship," the officer said, horrified. "They're extracting value from assets they now own," Valix corrected, "which is exactly what we came here to do to their junkyard." The transport detached from the docking port and began its departure sequence. Through the viewport, Valix watched the human workers continue their methodical disassembly of the flagship's decorative elements. The gold plating that had marked the Ledger of Eternity as a symbol of hegemony power came off in panels, loaded onto cargo pallets for processing. The transport's engines engaged with a grinding sound that suggested deferred maintenance. The vessel began its 6-day journey to the nearest hegemony port with cramped seating, minimal amenities, and absolutely zero gold trim. In the workshop bay of Debris Field 9, Miller watched the first transport depart through external feeds. The evacuation was proceeding on schedule. 4 more transports over the next 48 hours would clear all hegemony personnel from the transferred vessels. "Vance," Miller called across the workshop, "how's the flagship processing?" Vance checked the external work orders. "Crew's making good progress. They've stripped about 40% of the gold plating. Estimate another 6 hours for complete removal. The brass fixtures will take another day." "And the weight?" "Approximately 4 tons of gold and brass total. Current market value, about 167 million credits." Vance paused. "That covers our operational costs for about 6 months. Miller took a sip from his coffee mug. "Tell the crew we're using the first batch to pay the bar tab at Murphy's. They've earned it. We're using gold stripped from a hegemony flagship to pay for beer. We're using salvaged decorative materials from assets we legally own to cover operational expenses, including crew morale. Murphy's serves excellent beer. The crew's been working 100-hour weeks for 4 months. They've earned proper compensation." Miller pulled up the flagship's external feeds. "Besides, it's fitting. They came here to liquidate our trash. We're using their flagship's gold plating to fund a party. Think the hegemony knows we're doing this?" "They know. They don't care. They're pretending the whole operation was routine asset liquidation. Caring about what we do with assets they sold us would contradict that narrative." Miller watched the workers remove another panel of gold trim. "They lost a fleet trying to collect a debt from a junkyard. They're not going to publicize that by complaining we stripped the gold to buy beer." The salvage rig, Miller's massive asymmetrical tow truck, was maneuvering toward the Ledger of Eternity. Heavy towing cables extended from the rig's external hardpoints, ready to haul the flagship to its final position in Debris Field 9. "Ready to bring her in?" Vance asked. "Let them finish stripping the major panels first. No sense towing her with valuable materials still attached. We'll move her in about 8 hours, once she's down to functional components." Miller pulled up the planned parking location. "I want her positioned right next to Artifact 001. The F-150? The F-150. Seems appropriate. The artifact we designated to trigger the heritage trap parked right next to the flagship we acquired through that trap." Miller smiled slightly. Visual symmetry. 8 hours later, the gold plating removal was complete. The Ledger of Eternity looked substantially different without its decorative trim. Still an elegant vessel, but no longer the gold-adorned symbol of imperial authority. It looked like what it was, a functional military ship stripped of expensive cosmetics. The salvage rig engaged its towing cables. Miller's crew maneuvered the massive vessel through the debris field with practiced precision, threading between heritage artifacts and protected zones toward the designated parking location. The 1999 Ford F-150 floated in its assigned position, surrounded by Class-A Kinetic Barriers, protected by regulations, valued at 50 million credits in assessed heritage worth. The salvage rig positioned the Ledger of Eternity directly beside it, a pristine military flagship parked next to a rusty pickup truck in a junkyard. The visual contrast was perfect. Elegant engineering beside industrial refuse, both now officially designated as protected heritage artifacts. Miller's crew secured the flagship's position with stabilization anchors. The vessel would remain here indefinitely, integrated into the Heritage Collection as the newest addition to Earth's catalog of culturally significant items. "She's positioned," Vance reported. "Flagship secured adjacent to artifact 0-Z1 per specifications." Miller walked over to the main observation window. Outside, the Ledger of Eternity floated beside the Ford F-150. The flagship that had come to liquidate the truck now parked permanently beside it, both protected by the same regulations, both designated as items requiring preservation. "You know what the best part is?" Miller said. "The Hegemony technically abandoned this fleet. They stopped funding operations. They let the vessels sit here with depleted accounts and no way to leave. Under our regulations, abandoned vessels in heritage zones are subject to seizure for unpaid abandonment fines. We didn't just buy the fleet, we seized it for fines they couldn't pay. They came here to collect a debt. We collected their fleet for abandonment penalties accumulated trying to collect that debt. Legal seizure, documented abandonment, standard repossession procedures." Miller turned back to his workstation. "Get the crew together. We're heading to Murphy's. The beer's on the flagship." "Literally on the flagship?" "Literally paid for by gold we stripped from the flagship to cover our bar tab. They came here with billion credit vessels to liquidate our trash. We liquidated their gold trim to buy beer and parked their flagship in our junkyard as a heritage artifact." Miller picked up his jacket. "That deserves a drink." In the maintenance bay, Miller's crew gathered around the cargo pallets loaded with gold and brass panels stripped from the Ledger of Eternity. 4 tons of precious metals that had marked the vessel as Hegemony property, now reduced to salvage material worth 167 million credits. "What's the plan for the plating?" one of the workers asked. "First batch goes to pay for the celebration at Murphy's," Miller said. "The crew's been working nonstop for 4 months. You've earned proper compensation. The rest gets processed through normal salvage channels, commercial sale, material recycling, whatever generates the best return. We're using gold from a Hegemony flagship to pay for beer. We're using salvage materials from assets we legally own to cover operational expenses. Murphy's just happens to serve excellent beer." Miller gestured toward the observation window. "And you've earned it. You just helped convert a debt collection fleet into a heritage collection using nothing but regulations, patience, and the occasional well-placed heritage designation." The crew looked out at the debris field where 17 Hegemony vessels now floated among the artifacts they'd been sent to liquidate. Stripped of their gold trim, integrated into heritage operations, legally owned by the junkyard they'd come to repossess. "Miller," another worker said, "the flagship's in position. You want to do the official designation?" Miller walked over to the Heritage Catalog terminal and pulled up the registry. Artifact 00001 was still listed. Ford F-150, Tier 1 significance. He scrolled down to add the newest entry. Artifact 17892, Hegemony flagship, the Ledger of Eternity. Military vessel, late era Hegemony debt collection configuration. Cultural significance, Tier 1, representative example of failed economic policy implementation. Assessed heritage value, 420,000 credits. Protection status, active. Position, adjacent to artifact 0101. He saved the entry. The Ledger of Eternity was now officially part of the Heritage Collection, cataloged alongside the Ford F-150 that had started the entire operation. Miller looked out at the debris field. The flagship and the pickup truck, both designated as protected artifacts, both surrounded by barriers, both part of Earth's permanent heritage collection. "Put up the velvet ropes, boys," Miller said. "The museum just got a new centerpiece." The crew laughed. One of them actually went to the storage locker and pulled out a roll of red velvet rope, the kind used in museums to keep visitors away from valuable displays. They floated it out to the flagship's position and strung it between stabilization anchors, creating a makeshift museum barrier around the Ledger of Eternity. A Hegemony flagship, worth 420 million credits, surrounded by velvet ropes in a junkyard, designated as a cultural artifact, parked beside a rusty pickup truck. "All right," Miller said. "Let's go to Murphy's. The beer tab's covered, courtesy of the Hegemony banking system." The crew headed out, leaving the debris field to its new configuration. 17 military vessels integrated into heritage operations, one flagship serving as the centerpiece, positioned beside the artifact that had triggered the entire trap. And somewhere, 3 star systems away, Hegemony financial officers were filing debt closure reports that carefully avoided mentioning how routine asset liquidation had resulted in the loss of an entire fleet to a junkyard that had turned debt collection into a profit center. The bar tab was covered. The flagship was cataloged. The heritage site was permanent. Standard operating procedure. Nothing unusual. Just another debt collection operation that had gone exactly as planned for the junkyard.